Imagine standing on a hill above the Danube in the cold hour before dawn. Mist moves low across the river. Somewhere beyond the tree line, an army sleeps in leather tents, and the smell of wood smoke drifts through the camp like a slow tide. A single lamp burns in the command tent. Inside, a man in his 50s sits alone at a wooden table, a stylus in his hand, a blank page in front of him. He is not writing orders. He is not planning the day's battle. He is writing to himself. He begins with two words that have survived nearly 2,000 years, to himself. Not to his soldiers, not to Rome, not to history. To himself, because he knows that the hardest person to lead is the one holding the pen. This man is Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome, commander of legions, and though he would never have called himself this, one of the most quietly powerful philosophers who ever lived. Outside his tent, an empire waits on his decisions. Inside, he is doing something far stranger and far more difficult. He is trying to become a good man before the sun rises, knowing that by midday he may have to watch soldiers die. We do not usually think of philosophy this way. We imagine philosophers in marble courtyards, debating abstractions for their own sake, untouched by the mess of ordinary life. But the philosophy Marcus practiced was not built in a courtyard. It was built in marketplaces, in shipwrecks, in exile, in prison cells, and in the private grief of men and women who had lost everything and needed a way to keep standing. It is called Stoicism, and unlike so many philosophical systems that stayed trapped in academic language, Stoicism was designed from its very first day to be used, not admired, used. It began roughly 300 years before Marcus Aurelius wrote in that tent, with a merchant named Zeno, whose ship, carrying a cargo of valuable purple dye, sank in the Mediterranean and left him with nothing. He had lost his wealth, his cargo, his plans for the future, all in a single storm. Most people faced with such a loss would have spent the rest of their lives resenting the sea. Zeno walked into a bookshop in Athens instead, picked up a book about Socrates, and asked the shopkeeper where he could find a man who lived like that. The shopkeeper, as it happened, pointed to a philosopher walking by outside. Zeno followed him. That single decision to chase wisdom instead of mourning his loss became the seed of a school of thought that would go on to guide emperors, slaves, statesmen, and soldiers for the next 2,000 years. What Zeno began, and what thinkers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius would later refine, was not a religion, and it was not a set of comforting slogans. It was closer to a discipline for the mind, a way of training oneself to meet the world exactly as it is, without the extra suffering we add through fear, resentment, craving, and illusion. The Stoics believed that the events of life are, in a sense, neutral. It is not the storm that sinks a man, it is what he tells himself about the storm. It is not the insult that wounds him, it is the meaning he assigns to it. And if the meaning is under his control, then so, in a very real sense, is his peace of mind. This is why Stoicism has refused to fade. Empires that Marcus Aurelius ruled have crumbled into ruin and dust. The language he wrote in is now read only by scholars. And yet his private notebook, never intended for publication, written only for himself in the exhausted hours between battles, is still read today by soldiers, athletes, executives, therapists, and quiet, uncertain people looking for a way to hold themselves together. Something in these ideas continues to work, the way certain tools continue to work no matter how old the workshop becomes. Over the hours ahead, we will walk through the library of Stoic thought together, not as a rushed summary, but as a slow, deliberate journey. We will stand in the Stoa of ancient Athens, where the philosophy earned its name. We will sit with Seneca as he counsels a Roman emperor and prepares with remarkable composure for his own death. We will watch Epictetus, born a slave, teach free men how to master themselves. We will return again and again to Marcus Aurelius, not as a distant historical figure, but as a man who struggled, doubted, and disciplined himself one page at a time, exactly as we might. We will also look forward into modern psychology, into the therapy rooms where cognitive behavioral therapists borrow, almost word for word, ideas the Stoics developed 2,000 years earlier. We will see how these ancient tools apply to modern anxiety, modern ambition, modern grief, and modern distraction. Because the human mind, for all our technology, has not changed nearly as much as we like to believe, there is no need to rush through what follows. Let the ideas settle the way mist settles over a river at dawn. Somewhere in the hours ahead, in one story or one sentence, you may find exactly the tool you didn't know you were looking for. The lamp is still burning in that tent above the Danube. Let us step inside and begin where Marcus began, with the discipline of a single, honest thought. To understand Stoicism, we must first understand the man who never intended to found a philosophy at all. Zeno was a merchant from Citium, a Phoenician trading city on the island of Cyprus. He was not born into leisure or scholarship. He was born into commerce, into ledgers and cargo holds, into the practical business of moving goods across the Mediterranean and turning a profit. Philosophy, for a man like Zeno, was meant to be a hobby for the idle rich of Athens, not a calling for a working trader from a port city. Then the sea took everything. Somewhere off the coast of Greece, the ship carrying Zeno's cargo of Phoenician purple dye, a substance so costly it was reserved for royalty, sank beneath the waves. In a single afternoon, the wealth of years vanished into salt water. Zeno washed ashore in Athens with nothing but the clothes on his back, and we can imagine a mind reeling with the unfairness of it all. Most people in that position would have spent months in despair, replaying the storm, cursing the sea, mourning the dye that now lay scattered across the ocean floor. Zeno did something else. He wandered into a bookshop and by chance picked up a text describing the life and teachings of Socrates, a man who, a century and a half earlier, had shown Athens that virtue mattered more than possessions, and that a wise man could be stripped of everything external and still remain, in the deepest sense, untouched. Zeno asked the bookseller a question that would alter the course of Western thought. Where could he find a man who lived like this Socrates? As fortune would have it, a philosopher named Crates of Thebes happened to be walking past the shop at that exact moment. The bookseller pointed him out. Zeno followed him into the streets of Athens, and in doing so, followed his ruined fortune into an entirely different kind of wealth. Notice what happened here, because it is the first Stoic lesson before the philosophy even had a name. Zeno did not choose the shipwreck. It was forced upon him by wind and water and circumstance completely beyond his control. But he did choose what to do the moment he stepped onto dry land. The storm was not his. The response to the storm was entirely his own. Later Stoics would formalize this distinction into one of philosophy's most useful tools, the line between what is up to us and what is not, but Zeno lived it before he ever wrote a word of theory. For years, Zeno studied under various Athenian teachers, absorbing ideas from the Cynics, who prized self-sufficiency and indifference to luxury, and from the Megareans, who sharpened his skill in logic and argument. Eventually, he began teaching his own students, not in a private school with paid enrollment, but in a public colonnade in the Athenian marketplace known as the Stoa Poikal, the painted porch, named for the vivid battle murals covering its walls. This detail matters more than it first appears. Zeno did not retreat to a quiet garden, the way Epicurus and his followers famously did nearby. He taught in the open air in the middle of the agora, where merchants haggled, politicians debated, and ordinary citizens went about their business. Stoicism was born in public, among the noise of daily life, because it was never meant to be a philosophy for withdrawal. It was meant to be practiced in the very marketplace where it was taught, in the friction of ordinary human existence, not away from it. The word Stoic itself comes directly from that porch, from Stoa. The philosophy's very name is a monument to a decision Zeno made, to teach where life actually happened in full view of the crowd rather than behind closed doors. What did Zeno actually teach beneath those painted walls? At its foundation, a single radical claim, that living well depends entirely on the state of one's own character, not on the unpredictable gifts of fortune. Wealth, health, reputation, even life itself. These things are pleasant to have, Zeno taught, but they are not truly good, because they can be lost through no fault of our own, exactly as his cargo had been lost in that storm. The only thing that is truly good, and therefore truly ours, is virtue, the excellence of character expressed through wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Consider this for a moment as more than an abstract claim. It means that a poor man of strong character possesses something an emperor with a corrupted soul does not. It means that circumstance, however painful, cannot actually diminish the part of a person that matters most, unless that person allows it to. This was not a comforting platitude to soften the sting of loss. It was a rigorously reasoned position, built from logic Zeno had sharpened for years, and it would prove sturdy enough to support the weight of everything the Stoics built upon it for the next 5 centuries. Zeno died, according to ancient accounts, in his 80s, in a manner as composed as his philosophy. He is said to have tripped, broken a toe, and calmly remarked to the earth that he was coming before holding his breath until he died. Whether or not the story is embellished by later admirers, it captures something essential. A man who had spent his life training for exactly this moment, meeting his own end with the same steadiness he had once brought to the ruins of a shipwreck. The porch is gone now, worn away by 23 centuries of Athenian weather. But the discipline born beneath its painted walls was about to travel far beyond Greece, carried first by Zeno's students, and centuries later into the halls of Roman power, where it would meet an entirely new set of challenges: empire, war, tyranny, and the daily temptations of unlimited authority. Before Stoicism became a philosophy of resilience and inner calm, it was, in the minds of its founders, a complete system for understanding reality itself. Zeno and his successors divided their teaching into 3 interlocking fields, and it is worth walking through them slowly, because the popular image of Stoicism today, a philosophy of gritting your teeth through hardship, captures only a fragment of what the ancients actually built. The Stoics often illustrated their system with the image of an egg. Logic, they said, was the shell, the hard outer discipline of clear thinking that protected everything inside from confusion and error. Physics was the white, the substance that gave the system its nourishment, its understanding of nature, causation, and the structure of the cosmos. Ethics was the yolk, the living center, the part that actually mattered for how one should live. All 3 depended on each other. You could not separate the yolk from the egg and expect it to remain what it was. Logic, for the Stoics, meant something broader than formal argument. It meant training the mind to distinguish clearly between what is true and what merely feels true, between a sound judgment and an emotional reaction dressed up as reasoning. A merchant cheated in the marketplace and a soldier facing an enemy line were, in the Stoic view, both vulnerable to the same failure, allowing a hasty, poorly examined impression to dictate their actions before reason had a chance to test it. Logic was the discipline of slowing down that gap between impression and reaction, examining it, and only then deciding how to respond. Physics, in the ancient sense, meant the study of nature, not merely rocks and stars, but the entire order and structure of the universe, including the nature of human beings within it. The Stoics believed the cosmos was governed by reason itself, a rational, ordered principle they sometimes called the logos, threading through everything from the movement of planets to the growth of a single olive tree. Human beings, in their view, were not separate from this order, but expressions of it, each person carrying within them a spark of the same rational structure that governs the stars. To live according to nature, a phrase we will return to many times in the chapters ahead, did not mean living primitively or rejecting civilization. It meant aligning one's own reason with the rational order of the whole, understanding one's place within a much larger system, and acting in harmony with it rather than in resistance to it. This is where physics quietly supports ethics. If the universe is governed by an ordered, rational structure, then hardship is not evidence of chaos or personal punishment. It is simply part of a larger pattern that a single human life is too small to fully perceive. A farmer who loses a season's crop to drought is not being singled out by a hostile universe. He is experiencing one thread in an immense weave that includes, elsewhere, rain falling exactly where it is needed. This understanding does not erase the farmer's hardship, but it changes what he does with it. It invites acceptance rather than bitterness, engagement rather than despair. Which brings us to ethics, the yolk of the egg, the part the Stoics considered the entire point of the exercise. Logic without ethics is merely clever argument. Physics without ethics is merely astronomy. It is ethics, the question of how to actually live moment to moment, decision to decision, that gives the whole system its purpose. And the Stoic answer to that question, distilled to its simplest form, is this: live virtuously, in accordance with reason and nature, and everything else, wealth, reputation, comfort, even health, becomes what the Stoics called indifferent. Not meaningless, not to be avoided, but simply not the measure of a good life. Imagine 2 soldiers standing in the same Roman legion. One has been trained only in swordsmanship, quick reflexes, disciplined footwork, the raw mechanics of combat. The other has been trained the same way, but has also studied the terrain, the weather, the psychology of his enemy, and his own tendency toward fear under pressure. Both may survive a single battle through skill alone, but only the second soldier understands why he is fighting the way he is fighting, and can adapt when the unexpected occurs, because he has trained not just his hands, but his judgment. This is the difference between mere behavior and true Stoic practice. Anyone can appear calm on a good day. The Stoics were interested in something sturdier, a calm built on genuine understanding, one that holds up precisely when the terrain shifts beneath your feet. This threefold structure, logic sharpening the mind, physics situating the self within a rational cosmos, ethics translating both into daily action, is the scaffolding beneath every story we will encounter in the chapters ahead. When Marcus Aurelius writes about accepting the death of a friend, he is drawing on physics. When Epictetus teaches a student to examine an impression before reacting to an insult, he is drawing on logic. And when Seneca counsels a grieving mother to endure her loss with dignity, he is drawing, above all, on ethics, the yoke that gives the entire philosophy its life. Every great structure needs more than an architect. It needs builders willing to spend their lives on the unglamorous work of construction, reinforcement, and repair. If Zeno was the architect of Stoicism, then two of his successors, Cleanthes and Chrysippus, were the builders who ensured the structure would not collapse the moment its founder died. Cleanthes came to philosophy the hard way. Before he ever sat beneath the painted porch, he had been a boxer, a man who earned his living with his fists in a world that offered little patience for the poor. By the time he arrived in Athens to study under Zeno, he had almost no money, and there was no scholarship fund waiting for a former boxer with philosophical ambitions. So Cleanthes worked through the night, drawing water for gardens, grinding grain, and attended Zeno's lectures by day, surviving for years on almost no sleep, driven by nothing but conviction. There is something worth pausing on in this image. A man exhausted from manual labor, sitting beneath a painted colonnade at dawn, absorbing lessons on virtue and reason before returning to physical work that most Athenians considered beneath philosophical dignity. Cleanthes never wrote with the polish of later Stoics. His surviving work, the Hymn to Zeus, is stylistically rough compared to what would come after. But his devotion held the school together during the fragile years after Zeno's death, when a young philosophy could easily have dissolved into competing factions or faded from memory entirely. Sometimes the most important contribution a person makes to an idea is simply refusing to let it die. It was Cleanthes' student, Chrysippus, who transformed Stoicism from a promising school of thought into an intellectually rigorous system, capable of holding its own against every rival philosophy in the ancient world. Chrysippus was, by nearly every ancient account, a relentless and prolific writer, credited with over 700 works, though almost none survive intact today, lost to the same fires, floods, and centuries of neglect that claimed so much of the ancient world's written record. Ancient sources joke that if the gods themselves used logic, they would use the logic of Chrysippus. What Chrysippus did, in essence, was defend and refine every weak point in Zeno's original framework. Rival schools, particularly the skeptics, who doubted whether certain knowledge was possible at all, attacked Stoic claims relentlessly. Chrysippus met these challenges head-on, developing sophisticated arguments in logic that would influence philosophy for centuries, and clarifying the Stoic theory of impressions. The idea that between an event and our reaction to it lies a judgment we have the power to examine and, if necessary, reject. This idea deserves a moment of its own, because it is the theoretical seed of nearly everything practical in later Stoicism, particularly in the teachings of Epictetus, whom we will meet in a later chapter. When something happens to us, an insult, a loss, an unexpected setback, the Stoics argued that what we experience first is not the event itself, but an impression of the event, a kind of first, automatic mental image or reaction. The mind then either assents to this impression, accepting it as accurate and acting on it, or it withholds assent, examining the impression before deciding what to do with it. Chrysippus insisted this gap, however brief, was real, and that training oneself to notice and use it was the entire foundation of Stoic ethics. Think of it like a customs checkpoint at a national border. Every traveler who arrives is, in effect, an impression arriving at the mind. Some are legitimate and can be waved through without concern. Others carry something dangerous and need to be stopped, examined, and in some cases denied entry entirely. A mind without this checkpoint lets every impression through unchecked. Every insult becomes an immediate wound. Every setback becomes an immediate catastrophe. A trained Stoic mind, built on the theory Chrysippus spent his life defending, maintains the checkpoint at all times, examining what tries to enter before granting it the power to shape behavior. Chrysippus died, according to one ancient account, from laughing too hard after watching a donkey eat figs. and then trying to get the donkey drunk on wine to wash them down. A strange and almost comic footnote for a man whose actual life's work was among the most rigorous in ancient philosophy. Whether or not the story is true, later Stoics might have appreciated the irony. Even the most disciplined philosopher was, in the end, still a human being, capable of an unguarded moment of pure delight. By the time Chrysippus died, Stoicism had survived its most vulnerable period. The transition from a single charismatic founder to a durable, defensible system of thought. It was ready to leave Athens behind and travel toward the city that would test it more thoroughly than any philosophical debate ever could. Rome, a city of ambition, excess, violence, and unlimited power, where the question of how to live well would no longer be academic. It would become, quite literally, a matter of life and death. Philosophy travels the way trade goods travel, carried by individuals, along specific routes at specific moments, often by accident as much as design. Stoicism's journey from Athens to Rome began not with a triumphant procession of ideas, but with a diplomatic mission that went slightly, unexpectedly, sideways. In 155 BCE, the city of Athens sent 3 philosophers to Rome as ambassadors, hoping to negotiate a reduction in a fine the Athenians owed the Roman Senate. Among the 3 was Diogenes of Babylon, a Stoic philosopher of considerable reputation. While waiting for official business to be resolved, the philosophers did what philosophers do. They lectured publicly, drawing crowds of curious Romans eager to hear the famous thinkers of Greece. Diogenes' lectures on Stoic ethics captivated a segment of Roman society hungry for something more substantial than the entertainments and superstitions that occupied much of public life. But it was one particular Roman senator, Cato the Elder, who reacted with alarm rather than admiration. Cato, a man devoted to old Roman values of discipline, agriculture, and military virtue, worried that Greek philosophy, clever, persuasive, endlessly capable of arguing any side of any question, would corrupt Roman youth and undermine the practical toughness that had built the Republic. He reportedly urged the Senate to conclude the ambassadors' business quickly and send them home before their ideas took deeper root. There is a certain irony worth sitting with here. Cato feared that Greek philosophy would soften Rome. Within a few generations, Stoicism in particular would become one of the primary intellectual foundations of Roman discipline, duty, and public service. Values Cato himself prized above almost everything else. Ideas, it turns out, are difficult to keep out through legislation. They travel on curiosity, and curiosity rarely respects borders. The philosophy that took root in Rome was not identical to the one Zeno had taught in Athens. Roman culture was practical to its bones, more interested in duty, governance, and the maintenance of a vast and complicated empire than in abstract debates about logic and the nature of the cosmos. Roman Stoicism, as it developed over the following 2 centuries, gradually shifted its emphasis. The theoretical scaffolding built by Chrysippus remained in the background, but what came to the foreground was ethics, practical, applicable, daily ethics, suited to statesmen managing provinces, generals commanding legions, and senators navigating the treacherous currents of Roman politics. The philosopher most responsible for this transition was Panidius of Rhodes, who spent years in Rome cultivating relationships with the city's elite, particularly with a powerful general and statesman named Scipio Aemilianus. Panidius softened some of the more austere, almost inhuman elements of early Stoic teaching, the original Stoic ideal of the sage, a figure of nearly impossible perfection who felt no destructive emotion whatsoever, and made the philosophy more accessible to ordinary, flawed, striving Romans who were never going to achieve perfect sagehood, but might genuinely benefit from moving a few degrees closer to it. This adaptation mattered enormously for what would come next. A philosophy that demands perfection or nothing tends to produce discouragement rather than practice. A philosophy that says, in effect, progress matters, direction matters, you do not need to be a sage to benefit from trying, is a philosophy ordinary people can actually use on an ordinary Tuesday. Roman Stoicism became, above all, a philosophy of progress rather than perfection. And this single shift in emphasis may be the reason it survived in Rome long enough to reach the desk of an emperor 2 centuries later. By the time the philosophy reached its most famous Roman practitioners, Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, whom we will spend the coming chapters exploring in depth, Stoicism had been thoroughly Romanized. It had become less a system for winning academic debates and more a toolkit for surviving exile, tyranny, slavery, war, and the daily grind of public responsibility. The painted porch in Athens had given way to Roman law courts, military camps, and imperial palaces. The philosophy had not weakened in this transition. If anything, tested against the far higher stakes of Roman power and Roman violence, it had been forged into something considerably stronger. If Stoicism can be reduced to a single practical tool, one idea a person could carry away and use for the rest of their life, even if they forgot everything else in this book, it would be this: the distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Epictetus, whose full story we will explore in a coming chapter, opened his most famous teaching, the Enchiridion, with exactly this idea, stated with striking directness. Some things are up to us and some things are not. Our opinions, our intentions, our desires, our aversions, in short, everything that is truly our own doing, these are up to us. Our body, our property, our reputation, our position, the actions and opinions of others, these are not up to us, no matter how much we might wish otherwise. This sounds almost too simple to be revolutionary, but consider how much of human suffering comes precisely from confusing these two categories. From investing our sense of peace, our identity, our emotional stability in things that were never actually within our control to begin with. Picture a Roman merchant awaiting a ship's return from a trading voyage. He has done everything within his power, chosen a reliable crew, packed the cargo securely, selected a route with a good reputation. From this point forward, whether the ship arrives safely depends on wind, weather, the competence of the captain, and simple chance. If the merchant spends his days pacing the docks in anguish, he is investing his peace of mind in something that was never his to control in the first place. The Stoic alternative is not indifference to the outcome. The merchant still hopes the ship arrives, still prefers success to failure, but a refusal to locate his fundamental well-being in something outside his own judgment and effort. This distinction becomes considerably harder and considerably more valuable when applied to more personal matters. Consider reputation. We spend enormous energy trying to control what others think of us, curating our image, defending ourselves against criticism, losing sleep over a single unkind remark. But the Stoics would point out correctly that another person's opinion of us is ultimately their own judgment, shaped by their own history, biases, moods, and limited information. We can act with integrity, speak honestly, and behave with consistent virtue. These are within our control, but the final verdict in someone else's mind is not, and never was, ours to command. Epictetus illustrated this with the image of an archer. A skilled archer does everything within his power to prepare for the shot. He selects a good bow, chooses a well-made arrow, aims carefully, accounts for the wind as best he can judge it. All of this preparation is up to him, and it is here that his effort and judgment should be fully invested. But whether the arrow actually strikes the target depends on factors beyond his final control. A sudden gust, an imperfection in the wood, the target itself moving unexpectedly. The wise archer, having done his part completely, does not tie his peace of mind to the arrow's flight after it has left the bow. He has already done the only thing that was ever truly his to do. This is not fatalism, and it is not passivity, a common and understandable misreading of the idea. The Stoics were not telling people to stop trying, stop caring, stop acting in the world. Quite the opposite, because so much energy is freed from anxious, unproductive worry about things beyond our control. That energy becomes available for full, undistracted effort on the things that are within it. A student who accepts that she cannot control the difficulty of an exam or the mood of the examiner grading it is not thereby excused from studying. If anything, she studies more effectively because her mental energy is no longer split between preparation and anxious rumination about an outcome she cannot determine anyway. Modern psychology has arrived, through entirely different research paths, at strikingly similar conclusions. Studies on locus of control, the degree to which people believe they can influence the events of their lives, consistently find that individuals who focus their efforts on actionable, controllable factors report lower anxiety and greater resilience than those who fixate on outcomes beyond their influence. The Stoics reached this insight through careful philosophical reasoning in the 3rd century before our era. Modern researchers reached it through controlled experiments 2,000 years later. The convergence is not a coincidence. It reflects something durable about how the human mind actually functions, regardless of century or culture. The dichotomy of control is deceptively simple to state and remarkably difficult to practice, because the mind resists it instinctively. We want to control outcomes, not merely our own effort and judgment. We want the ship to arrive, not merely to have packed it well. Learning to redirect our energy away from outcomes we cannot command, and fully toward the judgments, choices, and actions that are entirely our own, is, in many ways, the single most demanding and most liberating exercise Stoicism has to offer. Every chapter that follows will, in some form, return to this same dividing line, because nearly every Stoic technique is, at its root, a different application of this one fundamental distinction. Few figures in the history of philosophy present a more complicated, more human, and ultimately more instructive case study than Lucius Annius Seneca. He was, by any measure, one of the wealthiest men in the Roman Empire, a statesman, playwright, and advisor to an emperor, with estates, investments, and a fortune that later critics would point to as evidence of hypocrisy in a man who wrote so eloquently about the dangers of material excess. He was also, at different points in his life, exiled to a barren island for 8 years on charges of adultery he likely did not commit, and eventually ordered by the emperor he had once mentored to take his own life. Seneca's biography reads less like the tidy life of a sage, and more like the messy, contradictory life of an ordinary person who happened to think extraordinarily clearly about how to endure hardship, which, in the end, may be exactly why his writing still resonates so deeply today. Seneca was born in the Roman province of Hispania, in what is now southern Spain, to a wealthy family with a father devoted to rhetoric. He came to Rome as a young man, studied philosophy, including Stoicism, and built a career as a lawyer and orator skilled enough to attract dangerous attention. The Emperor Caligula reportedly considered having him executed simply out of jealousy over Seneca's talent as a speaker, and was only dissuaded by advisors who pointed out that Seneca's poor health suggested he would likely die soon anyway. He did not die soon. Instead, under the following emperor, Claudius, Seneca was exiled to the island of Corsica on accusations of an affair with a member of the imperial family, charges that most historians now consider politically motivated rather than genuinely proven. For 8 years, a man accustomed to the center of Roman political life sat largely isolated on a rocky island. And it was here, in this period of enforced stillness, that Seneca produced some of his earliest and most searching philosophical writing, including consolatory letters to his own grieving mother, reassuring her, and one suspects, reassuring himself that exile, properly understood, could not actually destroy what mattered most in a person. Eventually recalled to Rome, Seneca was appointed tutor to a young boy who would soon become one of history's most notorious emperors, Nero. For years, Seneca served as an advisor during what historians generally regard as the more stable early period of Nero's reign, before the emperor's descent into paranoia, cruelty, and excess accelerated beyond anyone's ability to restrain it. Seneca's exact influence during these years remains debated by historians. Did his Stoic counsel genuinely temper Nero's worst impulses for a time? Or did his presence merely provide philosophical cover for a regime already sliding toward tyranny? The honest answer is likely some uncomfortable combination of both. What cannot be debated is how the relationship ended. In 65 CE, Nero, suspecting, likely correctly, that Seneca was connected to a conspiracy against him, ordered his former tutor to take his own life. Seneca's death, as recorded by the historian Tacitus, has become one of the most famous scenes in Stoic history. Composed, deliberate, surrounded by weeping friends whom he gently reminded of the philosophical principles he had spent his life teaching them, he opened his veins in a warm bath, and when the bleeding proved too slow, calmly requested poison as well. He died, by every surviving account, with a level of composure that many who witnessed it found almost unbearable to watch, not out of theatrical bravado, but because it appeared to be the genuine, practiced result of a lifetime spent preparing for exactly this moment. It is tempting and not entirely unfair to point to the gap between Seneca's enormous wealth and his philosophical writings on simplicity and call it hypocrisy. But a more useful reading, and likely a more accurate one, is that Seneca himself was acutely aware of this tension and wrote about it directly rather than hiding from it. In his letters, he repeatedly insists that the Stoic sage does not need to reject wealth outright, but must hold it loosely, ready to lose it at any moment without being destroyed by the loss. Whether Seneca fully lived up to this standard in every moment of his life is impossible to know with certainty. What we do know is that when the moment of ultimate loss finally arrived, not merely his fortune, but his life itself, he appears, by the most reliable historical accounts we have, to have met it with genuine steadiness rather than mere philosophical posturing. Seneca's surviving work, particularly his letters to Lucilius, a collection of 124 letters written to a friend, exploring topics from the fear of death to the proper use of time to the nature of true friendship, remains one of the most accessible entry points into Stoic thought precisely because it does not read like abstract philosophy. It reads like a wise, occasionally self-critical friend writing to another friend, working through difficult questions in real time rather than delivering settled conclusions from a distance. In the chapters ahead, we will return to Seneca's letters again and again, because few writers in the ancient world managed to make hard philosophical ideas feel this personal, this urgent, and this immediately useful to a life being lived under real pressure. If Seneca's life teaches us the difficulty of practicing philosophy amid wealth and political danger, Epictetus teaches us something almost the opposite, that even a life stripped of every legal freedom can still contain the deepest freedom of all. Epictetus was born into slavery around 50 CE in Hierapolis, a city in what is now Turkey. His very name is a quiet, uncomfortable clue to his origins. Epictetus is not a proper birth name at all, but simply the Greek word for acquired, the label given to property. We do not know his birth name, because the people who owned him apparently never thought it worth recording. He was owned for a significant portion of his life by a man named Epictetus, himself a former slave who had risen to become a powerful secretary to the Emperor Nero. Ancient sources report that Epictetus's leg was permanently damaged during his enslavement. Some accounts suggest his owner deliberately twisted it during a punishment. Others suggest the injury occurred another way. But the ancient philosopher Origen later claimed that Epictetus responded to the pain with an eerie, almost provocative calm, informing his tormentor, essentially, that he would break the leg if he continued, and then observing without apparent distress when the leg did, in fact, break. Whether this specific anecdote is historically precise or a later embellishment meant to illustrate a point, the point itself is unmistakable. Here was a man determined to demonstrate, even in the depths of enslavement, that his tormentors could control his body but not his judgment. Despite his status, Epictetus was permitted to study philosophy, eventually attending lectures by Musonius Rufus, one of the most respected Stoic teachers of the era. At some point, historians are not entirely certain when Epictetus gained his freedom. He went on to found his own school of philosophy, first in Rome and later, after the Emperor Domitian expelled all philosophers from the city out of political paranoia in the Greek city of Nicopolis. Epictetus himself wrote nothing down. Everything we know of his teaching comes from a devoted student named Arrian, who took detailed notes during his lectures and later compiled them into two works: the extensive discourses and a shorter, distilled summary known as the Enchiridion, or Handbook, a title that tells you exactly what the Stoics intended it to be. Not a treatise for scholars to admire from a distance, but a tool meant to be carried, consulted, and used, the way a soldier carries a blade or a sailor carries a compass. What made Epictetus's teaching so distinctive was its directness, its almost blunt refusal to soften hard truths for the comfort of his students. He taught in a lecture hall, not a palace, addressing free Roman citizens, many of them from wealthy families, with a bluntness that must have startled listeners accustomed to flattery. He would remind his students repeatedly that their bodies, their reputations, their possessions, even their own children, were not ultimately theirs to control, no matter how strongly they felt otherwise. This was not cruelty. It was from a man who had once been literally owned as property by another human being, perhaps the most credible teacher imaginable on the subject of what can and cannot truly be taken from a person. Consider the layered irony here. Epictetus, who had once possessed no legal freedom whatsoever, who could be bought, sold, beaten, or crippled at another person's whim, became one of history's foremost teachers of freedom. Not political freedom, which he understood better than almost anyone could be granted or revoked by forces entirely outside one's control, but a deeper, more durable freedom. The freedom of judgment, the freedom to determine one's own response to whatever circumstance delivers. He taught his students to imagine themselves as actors in a play written by someone else. The playwright determines the role, rich or poor, healthy or sick, praised or condemned, free citizen or enslaved. None of this casting is within the actor's control. But how the actor performs the role assigned to them, with dignity or with cowardice, with integrity or with corruption, that, and only that, is entirely their own. A short role played well, Epictetus taught, is no worse than a long one. The length and nature of the part is decided elsewhere. The quality of the performance is decided by the performer alone. This teaching would go on to have an influence far beyond the ancient world. Nearly 2,000 years later, a young Marcus Aurelius, ruling as Emperor of Rome, would read notes on Epictetus's teachings and carry the former slave's ideas with him into his own private journal. A striking image worth sitting with for a moment. The most powerful man in the known world, shaping his character according to the recorded wisdom of a man born with no power at all. Centuries after that, American prisoners of war in Vietnam, including Admiral James Stockdale, would report drawing directly on Epictetus's teaching about the dichotomy of control to endure years of captivity and torture. Finding in a former slave's ancient lectures the exact tools needed to survive an ordeal Epictetus himself would have recognized immediately. Epictetus never claimed his philosophy would eliminate hardship. He experienced plenty of it himself, walking with a permanent limp for the rest of his life, teaching in modest circumstances, never accumulating wealth or comfortable status even after gaining his freedom. What he claimed, and what his own life stood as evidence for, was something more modest and more durable. That no external circumstance, however severe, can reach into the one place a human being retains true sovereignty, the space where judgment is formed, and where the decision to respond well or poorly is made. That space, Epictetus insisted, cannot be enslaved, cannot be broken, and cannot be taken by force. It can only be surrendered. We return now to the man from our opening scene, the emperor writing by lamplight in a tent above the Danube. Because no figure embodies the practical difficulty and the practical power of Stoicism quite like Marcus Aurelius. Born in 121 CE into a wealthy, well-connected Roman family, Marcus showed an early seriousness of character that attracted the attention of the reigning emperor, Hadrian, who arranged for the boy to eventually succeed to the throne through a chain of adoptions. First to the Emperor Antoninus Pius, whose steady, dutiful reign Marcus would later describe with evident admiration in his private writings, and eventually to the throne itself in 161 CE. Marcus did not want to be emperor in any conventional sense of ambition. From his teenage years, he had been drawn to philosophy, adopting the simple dress and disciplined habits associated with Stoic practice so thoroughly that his family reportedly worried about his health, given the austere routines he imposed on himself as a young student. He studied under several philosophy teachers, but it was the recorded teachings of Epictetus, by then dead for decades, known to Marcus only through Arrian's written notes, that shaped his thinking most profoundly. When the throne finally came to him, it came attached to burdens that would have broken lesser men entirely. Almost immediately, the Roman Empire was struck by a devastating plague, likely smallpox, brought back by returning legions, which killed an enormous portion of the population across the empire over the following years. Simultaneously, Germanic tribes along the Danube frontier began a sustained series of invasions that would occupy much of Marcus's reign, forcing an emperor with a scholar's temperament to spend years commanding military campaigns in cold, distant frontier provinces. Far from the philosophical circles and libraries he clearly would have preferred. It was during these campaigns, not in a palace, not in a moment of leisure, but in military camps during active war, while dealing with plague, rebellion, and the daily administration of an empire under genuine strain, that Marcus wrote the private notebook now known to us as Meditations. He never intended it for publication. He was not writing to an audience or even to a single correspondent, the way Seneca wrote his letters. He was writing entirely for himself, in Greek rather than his native Latin, working through the same struggles again and again. Anger at frustrating colleagues, fear of failure, temptation toward comfort and escape, grief over friends and mentors who had died, and the constant, exhausting effort of trying to remain a decent person while wielding nearly unlimited power. This last point deserves particular attention because it is genuinely rare in history. Absolute power across nearly every documented case in human history tends to corrode character rather than refine it. The temptations toward cruelty, indulgence, paranoia, and self-flattery are simply too available, too easy, too consistently unpunished for most rulers to resist across an entire reign. Marcus Aurelius stands as one of the few sustained counterexamples the historical record offers. He continued, throughout nearly 2 decades on the throne, to write private reminders to himself about humility, patience, and duty. Not performative reminders meant for public consumption, since no one but Marcus himself was ever meant to read them, but genuine, private discipline, the kind a person only maintains when they actually believe it matters. Consider one representative passage from his notebook, in which he reminds himself before beginning each day that he will likely encounter interference, ingratitude, insolence, and selfishness from the people he meets, not because he is pessimistic about human nature, but because he has thought carefully about how people actually behave, and wants to arrive at each encounter already prepared, rather than caught off guard by an anger he considers unworthy of himself. This is not cynicism. It is a form of mental armor deliberately constructed each morning, so that the inevitable frictions of governing an empire do not catch him defenseless. Marcus died in 180 CE, likely near the same Danube frontier where he had spent so much of his reign, still in the field commanding troops even in his final illness. His notebook survived, almost by accident, copied and preserved through the centuries by scribes who apparently recognized its value, even though its author had never intended it as a finished literary work. Today, Meditations remains one of the most widely read philosophical texts in the world, read by business leaders, therapists, athletes, and ordinary readers navigating ordinary difficulties, none of whom command a Roman legion, and all of whom, remarkably, find something immediately useful in the private notes of a man who did. What makes Marcus's writing so enduringly powerful is precisely its lack of polish, its lack of performance. He is not trying to sound wise. He is a genuinely struggling person, reminding himself, page after page, of principles he clearly does not always manage to live up to perfectly, which is, in the end, exactly why so many readers across 2,000 years have found in his notebook not a lecture from an untouchable sage, but something closer to a companion, a fellow traveler, writing in the dark before dawn, trying, one honest page at a time, to become slightly better than he was the day before. The later Stoic philosopher Epictetus organized his practical teaching around 3 core disciplines, a framework later clarified and popularized by modern scholars studying his work. The first of these is the discipline of desire, learning to want and to fear the right things in the right proportion, aimed at the right targets. At first glance, this might sound like a small, almost technical adjustment. In practice, it addresses one of the deepest sources of human suffering, the gap between what we want and what we actually receive. Desire, left untrained, reaches constantly outward toward things beyond our control, wealth we cannot guarantee, health that can be taken by illness regardless of our care, the approval of others whose opinions shift for reasons entirely their own. Every time desire fixes itself on something outside our control, we hand our peace of mind to forces we cannot command. The Stoic solution was not to eliminate desire altogether. That would require becoming something other than human. The solution was to redirect it, aiming desire only at things genuinely within our own power, our own effort, our own judgment, our own character. Desire well-being itself, and you have set a goal you can actually achieve through your own action. Desire a particular outcome dependent on other people, chance, or circumstance, and you have set yourself up for frustration no matter how hard you try. Picture a Roman farmer working a modest plot of land outside the city. He can desire, with full Stoic approval, to work the soil diligently, to choose good seed, to tend his crop with attention and skill. All of this is within his power, and desiring it wholeheartedly costs him nothing and serves him well. But if his deepest desire is fixed on a bountiful harvest itself, a specific outcome dependent on rainfall, soil conditions, insects, and dozens of other variables he cannot control, he has planted the seeds of his own anxiety alongside the seeds of his crop. A drought that year does not merely cost him grain. It costs him his peace of mind because he tied that peace to something the weather, not he, ultimately decided. This distinction extends with even greater force to aversion, the flip side of desire, what we fear and try to avoid. The Stoics taught that fearing outcomes beyond our control is just as misdirected as desiring them. Fearing illness does nothing to prevent illness. Fearing another person's disapproval does nothing to guarantee their approval. What we can reasonably fear in the Stoic framework is only our own potential failure of character. acting with cowardice, dishonesty, or cruelty, because this alone is something our own choices can actually prevent. Modern psychology offers a useful, if imperfect, parallel here in research on goal setting. Studies consistently find that goals framed around process and effort, practicing consistently, preparing thoroughly, produce better outcomes and lower anxiety than goals framed purely around results, such as winning a specific competition or achieving a specific score, precisely because process goals remain within the person's control regardless of external interference, while outcome goals do not. An athlete trained to focus entirely on execution, footwork, breathing, technique, tends to perform under pressure more reliably than one whose attention is consumed by the scoreboard. Because the scoreboard, like the Roman farmer's harvest, ultimately depends on more than the athlete's own effort alone. This does not mean outcomes do not matter to a Stoic. It means outcomes are approached with what the Stoics called a reserve clause, an internal acknowledgement, present in the mind even during pursuit of a goal, that the outcome ultimately depends on factors beyond one's full control, and that one's peace of mind should not be staked entirely on securing it. Seneca captured this attitude when advising that we should desire things, if we desire them at all, with the same measured hope a sailor holds for a safe voyage. Full effort invested in preparation, full hope for a good outcome, but no illusion that hope alone commands the sea. There is a particular freedom available to a person who has genuinely internalized the discipline of desire, one that is difficult to describe to someone who has not experienced it directly. It is the freedom of showing up fully, working hard, caring deeply, investing real effort, without that effort curdling into anxious grasping over results that were never fully in your hands to begin with. It allows a person to want good things, pursue good things, work diligently toward good things, while remaining fundamentally undisturbed regardless of how those particular efforts happen to conclude. This is not indifference disguised as wisdom. It is, the Stoics would argue, the only rational way to want anything at all in a world where so much genuinely lies beyond any single person's control. If the discipline of desire governs what we want, the second Stoic discipline, the discipline of action, governs what we do about it. Together, these two disciplines answer two of the most fundamental questions a human being ever faces. What should I want and how should I act? Epictetus taught that our actions in the world should be governed by what the Stoics called appropriate or fitting action. Behavior suited to our particular roles, relationships, and circumstances, carried out in accordance with reason and justice, regardless of whether we can guarantee the outcome we hope for. A physician treats a patient not because he can guarantee recovery. Plenty of patients die despite excellent treatment, but because treating the sick to the best of his ability is the fitting action for a person in his role. A parent cares for a child not because good parenting guarantees a particular outcome in adulthood, but because caring diligently for one's child is simply the fitting action of a parent, regardless of how the child's life eventually unfolds. This framework matters enormously in a world where outcomes are so often unpredictable and only partially within our control. If we judged our actions purely by results, we would be forced to conclude, absurdly, that a doctor who did everything correctly for a patient who died anyway had somehow acted wrongly, while a doctor who was negligent but got lucky had somehow acted well. The discipline of action redirects our attention to what we can actually evaluate honestly. Did I act with diligence, with skill, with integrity, in accordance with my role and my values? The outcome, while never irrelevant, is not the sole measure of whether the action itself was well performed. Marcus Aurelius returns to this theme repeatedly throughout meditations, reminding himself that his task each day is simply to act as a Roman, and as a man should act, with dignity, with fairness, with attention to duty, regardless of whether the empire's problems that particular day were fully resolved by evening. An emperor facing plague, invasion, and administrative chaos across an enormous territory could easily be paralyzed by the impossibility of guaranteeing good outcomes across every front simultaneously. Instead, Marcus's private notes show a man repeatedly narrowing his focus to the immediate action in front of him. The next decision, the next meeting, the next judgment to be rendered fairly, trusting that consistent, well-executed action, applied moment by moment, was the only rational strategy available to him. This connects directly to a concept the Stoics called the archer's aim, an image we encountered earlier in relation to the dichotomy of control, and worth returning to here from a slightly different angle. The archer aims his arrow with full skill and attention. Everything about the aiming itself, his stance, his focus, his technique, is entirely within his power, and he should pursue excellence in these elements without reservation. But once the arrow leaves the bow, its final path is influenced by forces beyond his control. The discipline of action asks us to bring the same wholehearted excellence to our own choices and behavior that the archer brings to his aim, while releasing the same attachment to guaranteed results that the archer must release the moment his arrow takes flight. Consider how this reframes failure itself. A merchant who prepares diligently, negotiates honestly, and manages his affairs with genuine skill, but loses money anyway due to an unforeseen market shift, has not failed in the Stoic sense. He has acted appropriately, given what was within his power, even though the outcome disappointed him. A merchant who cuts corners, lies to his customers, and happens to profit anyway through sheer luck, has failed in the sense that actually matters, regardless of the money in his account. This is a genuinely radical reframing of success and failure, one that locates the true measure of a life not in its outcomes, which are so often shaped by forces beyond any single person's control, but in the quality and integrity of the actions themselves. None of this excuses carelessness or poor effort by hiding behind philosophical language about appropriate action. The Stoics were emphatically not telling their students that effort and skill do not matter, or that any action performed with good intentions is automatically excused regardless of its quality. Appropriate action still demands genuine competence, genuine diligence, and genuine attention to the specific demands of one's role. A soldier who charges into battle with reckless disregard for tactics, believing his good intentions alone make his action appropriate, has misunderstood the discipline entirely. Appropriate action requires both the right intention and the actual skill and effort needed to carry that intention out well. The discipline of action asks for full, competent, wholehearted engagement with the task at hand, and only afterward, once the arrow has left the bow, does it ask for release. The third and final of Epictetus's core disciplines is, in many ways, the most subtle and arguably the most foundational of the three, because it operates at the earliest possible moment. The instant an impression first arrives in the mind, before desire or action have even had a chance to engage. We touched briefly on this idea earlier, in discussing Chrysippus and the Stoic theory of impressions, but it deserves fuller attention here as a discipline in its own right. Every event we encounter, an insult from a colleague, a piece of bad news, an unexpected compliment, first arrives in the mind as a raw impression, a kind of initial mental image or judgment about what has happened and what it means. The discipline of assent is the practice of pausing at this exact moment, before automatically accepting the impression as true and complete, and examining it carefully before deciding whether to grant it our agreement. This might sound like an unusually abstract mental exercise, but consider how much of ordinary human suffering actually happens at exactly this stage, often without our awareness that any choice was ever available. A colleague fails to greet you in the hallway. The raw event is simple. A person walked past without speaking. But the mind, almost instantaneously, often adds an entire unexamined interpretation on top of the raw event. She is angry with me, or she thinks I am unimportant, or something is wrong between us. And it is this added interpretation, not the raw event itself, that produces the sting of hurt or anxiety that follows. The discipline of assent asks us to notice this gap, and to examine the interpretation before accepting it as fact. Epictetus taught his students to greet every disturbing impression with a simple internal habit. You are but an appearance, and not at all the thing you claim to represent. This was not a denial that events happen, or that some events are genuinely difficult. It was a reminder that our first, automatic interpretation of an event is not necessarily an accurate report of reality, and deserves to be questioned rather than obeyed automatically. Perhaps the colleague who walked past was simply distracted, or in a hurry, or dealing with a private difficulty of her own that has nothing to do with you at all. The discipline of assent does not insist on a falsely positive interpretation instead of a negative one. It insists only that we examine before we accept, rather than reacting immediately to an unverified first impression as though it were settled fact. This idea has traveled an unusually direct path into modern clinical psychology, and it is worth pausing here to notice the connection, because we will explore it in much greater depth in a later chapter dedicated entirely to the relationship between Stoicism and cognitive behavioral therapy. Aaron Beck, one of the founders of cognitive therapy in the 20th century, explicitly credited the Stoics, and Epictetus in particular, as an intellectual ancestor of his clinical approach. The basic premise of cognitive therapy, that our emotional reactions are shaped not directly by events themselves, but by our interpretations of those events, and that examining and revising distorted interpretations can meaningfully reduce psychological suffering, is, in its essential structure, the discipline of assent, translated from ancient Stoic teaching into a modern clinical framework, tested and refined through decades of empirical research. There is a particular kind of mental discipline required to practice this consistently, because the mind's first impressions arrive with a persuasive, almost undeniable force. When we feel insulted, the feeling of being insulted seems immediate and obviously correct, not like a judgment awaiting examination. The discipline of assent asks us to develop, through consistent practice, a kind of internal pause, a habit of noticing. This is how the situation appears to me right now, but appearance and reality are not automatically the same thing. Before allowing that first impression to fully determine our emotional state and subsequent behavior, Marcus Aurelius, drawing directly on this teaching, reminded himself repeatedly in his private notebook that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about events, and that we retain, at every moment, the power to withdraw a judgment that is causing us harm, the same way we might retract a hasty statement before it does lasting damage. This power, he insisted, remains available even in the most difficult circumstances, precisely because it does not depend on changing the external world at all, only on examining and, where necessary, revising the internal judgment we have layered on top of it. Together, these three disciplines, desire properly directed, action appropriately performed, and assent carefully examined, form the complete practical architecture of Stoic philosophy as Epictetus taught it. They do not operate in isolation from one another. A well-examined impression shapes a properly directed desire, which in turn guides an appropriately performed action. In the chapters ahead, as we explore specific emotions, specific challenges, and specific applications of Stoic thought, we will find ourselves returning again and again to this same three-part structure. Because nearly every difficulty a human being faces can be traced back to a breakdown in one of these three disciplines. And nearly every Stoic remedy involves strengthening one or all three in response. To understand Stoic courage, we must first set aside the image Hollywood has given us, the fearless hero who feels no fright at all, charging into danger without a flicker of hesitation. The Stoics understood courage quite differently, and their understanding is, in the end, both more honest and more useful. Picture a legionary standing in formation somewhere along the Rhine frontier, shield raised, waiting for the order to advance against a Germanic war band gathering on the opposite riverbank. He is, in all likelihood, afraid. His heart pounds. His mouth is dry. Every instinct evolution has given him is screaming at him to run. The Stoics never denied this physiological reality, never pretended that a trained mind could simply switch off the body's alarm system entirely. What they insisted on was something more precise. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the refusal to let fear make the final decision. This is, in fact, close to the original Greek understanding of the virtue the Stoics called andria, often translated simply as courage, but carrying a broader sense closer to manliness in the ancient world's terms, or more usefully translated today as fortitude of soul. It named not a feeling but a capacity, the capacity to act rightly, to hold one's position, to fulfill one's duty, even while fear was fully present and fully felt. The Roman military itself, quite apart from formal Stoic philosophy, understood this distinction instinctively. Legionary training was designed not to eliminate fear, but to make right action automatic despite it. Drilling formations, weapons handling, and battlefield discipline so thoroughly that soldiers could execute complex, coordinated maneuvers even while every individual soldier's body was flooded with the same fear as the German warriors across the river. The discipline did not remove the fear. It simply ensured the fear did not have the final word over the legionary's feet, his shield, his sword. Seneca wrote extensively on this theme, insisting that the wise person does not become invulnerable to the initial jolt of fear when confronted with sudden danger, a loud noise, a falling object, an unexpected threat, because these first reactions are, in his view, involuntary responses of the body that occur before reason has any chance to intervene. What separates the courageous person from the coward, Seneca argued, is not this first flinch, which even the wisest person cannot fully avoid, but what happens immediately afterward. Whether reason quickly reasserts control and directs behavior appropriately, or whether the initial fear is allowed to spiral, unchecked, into panic, flight, or paralysis. This is a genuinely useful distinction for anyone facing modern fears that have nothing to do with battlefields. A difficult diagnosis, a public presentation, a necessary but uncomfortable confrontation with a colleague or family member. The instinctive jolt of anxiety in these situations is not itself a failure of character. It is simply the body doing what bodies have always done when facing perceived threat. The question that actually determines courage or cowardice is what comes next. Does reason step back in, assess the situation clearly, and guide action in line with one's values, or does the initial fear response take permanent control of the wheel? Marcus Aurelius, who spent years of his reign commanding troops in actual combat along the Danube frontier, wrote to himself about a particular kind of courage relevant to his unique circumstances. Not merely the courage to face physical danger, which his soldiers demonstrated daily, but the courage to bear enormous responsibility without being crushed by it, to make difficult decisions, affecting thousands of lives without either paralysis from the weight of consequence or callous indifference to that same weight. This is a form of courage rarely depicted in dramatic battle scenes, but arguably just as demanding. The sustained, undramatic courage of showing up, day after day, to carry a burden that cannot be set down. There is also a distinctly Stoic understanding of courage's opposite, not merely fear itself, but what the Stoics considered the deeper failure beneath cowardice. The decision to preserve comfort or safety at the cost of one's own integrity. A Roman senator who remained silent while witnessing clear injustice, in order to avoid political risk to himself, was, in the Stoic framework, exhibiting a failure of courage every bit as real as a soldier fleeing a battlefield, even though no physical danger was involved. Courage, understood this broadly, becomes relevant to nearly every significant decision a person makes, speaking an uncomfortable truth, ending an unhealthy relationship, admitting a serious mistake. Standing by a principle when doing so carries real social or professional cost. What made Stoic courage sustainable, rather than a single dramatic act performed once and never repeated, was its connection to the discipline of desire discussed earlier. A person whose deepest desires are fixed on external outcomes, survival at any cost, universal approval, guaranteed safety, will find courage extraordinarily difficult to summon consistently, because courage frequently requires risking exactly these things. A person who has genuinely redirected their deepest desire toward their own integrity of character, rather than toward external safety or approval, finds courage considerably more accessible, because acting courageously no longer requires sacrificing what they most deeply want. It becomes, instead, the direct fulfillment of it. The legionary on the riverbank, shield raised, fear pounding in his chest, was never asked by his philosophy to stop being afraid. He was asked only to let his training, his discipline, and his sense of duty speak louder than his fear in the moment that mattered. A task difficult enough on its own, without the added, unrealistic burden of pretending the fear was never there in the first place. The Stoics devoted considerable attention to fear, not because they believed it could be eliminated entirely, but because they recognized it as one of the most distorting forces acting on human judgment, capable of making a minor inconvenience feel like a catastrophe, and a genuine catastrophe feel entirely unsurvivable. Epictetus offered a description of fear's mechanics that remains, even today, one of the clearest available. People are disturbed, he taught, not by events themselves, but by their opinions about events. A person facing death is not disturbed by death itself. Otherwise, he pointed out, everyone would be equally disturbed by it, since death comes for everyone eventually. Yet some people face it with remarkable calm, while others are consumed by terror at the mere thought. What differs between them is not the event, but the judgment layered on top of it. The story each person has constructed about what death means, what it will feel like, what it will take from them. This insight becomes considerably more useful when applied to the specific fears that occupy most ordinary lives, which rarely involve anything as dramatic as battlefield death. Consider the common fear of public speaking, which surveys consistently rank among the most widely shared fears in modern life, often ranked by respondents as more distressing even than the fear of death itself. The event itself, standing in front of a room, speaking words that have already been prepared, poses no genuine physical threat whatsoever. What produces the fear is an entire cluster of judgments layered on top of the event. That the audience's silence means disapproval, that any stumble will be remembered and judged harshly, that failure here will permanently damage one's reputation or self-worth. Strip away these judgments, and the physical event itself, standing, speaking, sitting back down, contains nothing genuinely threatening at all. The Stoics developed a specific practice for confronting fear directly rather than avoiding it, sometimes called premeditation of adversity, which we will examine more fully in a later chapter devoted entirely to this technique. But it is worth introducing the core principle here, because it applies directly to the anatomy of fear itself. Rather than avoiding thoughts of feared outcomes, a strategy that tends only to increase anxiety through avoidance, as modern psychology has since confirmed through extensive research on anxiety disorders. The Stoics recommended deliberately, calmly considering feared outcomes in advance, examining them clearly, and recognizing that even the worst realistic outcome would very likely be survivable, and would not actually destroy the part of a person that matters most, their own character and judgment. Seneca wrote to his friend Lucilius that people suffer more in imagination than in reality, and that most of our fear is not fear of what is actually happening, but fear of what our imagination insists might happen. A future catastrophe rehearsed so many times in the mind that it comes to feel as certain and as present as an event already occurring. He observed that a person can spend years anxious about a danger that never ultimately arrives, effectively suffering the full emotional cost of a catastrophe that turned out to be entirely fictional, simply because the mind was permitted to rehearse it without examination. There is a useful modern parallel here in what psychologists call anticipatory anxiety, a well-documented phenomenon in which the anxious anticipation of a difficult event frequently produces more sustained psychological distress than the event itself, once it actually arrives and must be dealt with directly. Patients awaiting difficult medical procedures, for example, often report that the days or weeks of anticipation were harder to bear than the procedure itself, which, once underway, demanded direct, practical attention rather than open-ended imaginative dread. The Stoics would recognize this pattern immediately and would point to it as clear evidence that fear's true target is very often not the feared event itself, but the mind's own unchecked speculation about it. None of this means the Stoics counseled recklessness or denied that some fears point toward genuine, reasonable danger worth taking seriously and preparing for. A fear that motivates a sailor to check his rigging carefully before a voyage, or a soldier to maintain his weapon diligently, is serving a legitimate function, directing attention toward appropriate preparation. The Stoic target was never reasonable caution, but rather fear's tendency to expand far beyond what the situation actually warrants, to transform a manageable challenge into an imagined catastrophe, and in doing so, to paralyze the very action that might have addressed the genuine, proportionate danger effectively. The practical discipline the Stoics offered, then, was not the elimination of fear, but its examination, pausing at the first sting of dread to ask, honestly, what exactly is being feared, whether that fear is proportionate to the actual situation, and whether the imagined catastrophe driving the anxiety is likely to occur at all, or is simply the mind's own unchecked storytelling, dressed up convincingly enough to feel like fact. Of all the emotions the Stoics wrote about, none received more sustained, detailed attention than anger, and it was Seneca in his lengthy treatise De Ira, or On Anger, who left us the most thorough Stoic examination of this particular emotional storm. Seneca opens his treatise with an unusually vivid warning. Of all human emotions, he argues, anger is the most destructive and the most dangerous, precisely because it disguises itself as strength. A person overcome by fear looks weak and knows it. A person overcome by grief looks sorrowful and generally does not mistake their sorrow for a virtue. But a person overcome by anger frequently mistakes their fury for righteous conviction, for justified strength, for the appropriate response to genuine wrongdoing. And this disguise, Seneca warns, is precisely what makes anger so much harder to recognize and restrain than other destructive emotions. He describes anger memorably as a form of temporary madness, not merely an intense feeling, but a state in which reason itself becomes genuinely compromised, in which a person in the grip of true rage becomes, for a period of time, someone other than their normal, reasonable self, capable of words and actions that they would never sanction in a calmer state, and that they very often deeply regret once the fever has passed. Seneca observed that no other emotion produces such immediate and complete transformation of a person's face, voice, and behavior. The reddened skin, the raised voice, the clenched fists. A transformation so visible that ancient writers frequently compared an angry person to someone possessed by an external force rather than acting as themselves. What makes anger particularly worth examining is how thoroughly it violates the discipline of assent discussed in an earlier chapter. Anger arises, almost without exception, from an unexamined judgment, that a wrong has been committed, that this wrong was intentional, and that it demands an immediate, forceful response. Seneca points out that each of these three judgments deserves careful examination before we act on the anger they produce, and that a surprising number of the offenses that trigger our anger fall apart under even brief scrutiny. Perhaps what felt like a deliberate insult was, in fact, an honest mistake. Perhaps the person who wronged us was themselves suffering, or ignorant, or genuinely unaware of the harm caused. Perhaps the offense, examined honestly rather than through the distorting lens of wounded pride, was considerably smaller than our initial reaction suggested. Seneca offers a particularly useful piece of practical advice that modern anger management research would later arrive at through entirely independent clinical study. Delay. He recommends that a person feeling the first surge of anger deliberately postpone any response, even briefly, precisely because anger's intensity is, by its very nature, temporary, and tends to diminish substantially with even a short passage of time, while the words and actions taken in its initial grip can produce consequences that last far longer than the emotion itself ever did. He tells the story, whether historical or illustrative, of the Persian king Cambyses, who, warned by an advisor that he drank too much wine, had the advisor's own son executed in a fit of rage as demonstration that wine had not affected his aim with a bow, only to realize, once the anger passed, the horror of what he had done in a state he could no longer fully justify or undo. The Stoics were careful to distinguish their teaching on anger from mere passivity or the suppression of legitimate concern about wrongdoing. Seneca did not argue that injustice should go unaddressed, or that a person wronged should simply accept mistreatment without response. What he argued, with considerable precision, was that the response to wrongdoing should come from reasoned judgment about what corrective action is actually appropriate and effective, rather than from the distorted, temporarily insane state of active rage. Because anger, almost without exception, produces responses that are disproportionate, poorly targeted, and frequently counterproductive to the very goal of correcting the original wrong. Consider the difference between a Roman magistrate who punishes a corrupt official through careful, deliberate legal process, weighing the offense against appropriate consequence, and a magistrate who, consumed by fury at the same corruption, orders an excessive punishment in the heat of the moment, one that may itself constitute a new injustice layered on top of the original offense. Both magistrates may believe they are responding to genuine wrongdoing. Only one of them, in the Stoic view, is actually exercising justice, while the other has simply substituted one wrong for another, dressed in the more flattering costume of righteous anger. Seneca's practical prescription, distilled to its essence, involves catching anger at its earliest, most manageable stage, the initial spark of provocation, before it grows into the full blaze that overwhelms reasoned judgment entirely. He recommends examining the triggering thought immediately, questioning whether the offense is as severe or as intentional as it first appears, deliberately delaying any response, and reminding oneself in the heat of provocation that the person who angers us most easily is very often revealing not the world's cruelty, but our own excessive investment in expectations about how other people ought to behave, expectations that were, perhaps, unrealistic to begin with, given how consistently human beings across every century have proven themselves flawed, forgetful, and imperfect. We examined the discipline of desire earlier as one of Epictetus's 3 core practices. Here, we turn to a related but distinct problem the Stoics identified, not merely the misdirection of desire toward things outside our control, but a deeper trap built into the very structure of unchecked wanting itself, the trap of more. Seneca observed something that modern behavioral economists would later confirm through careful empirical study. Human satisfaction has an unfortunate tendency to reset itself almost immediately after any gain, leaving us wanting the next increment almost as soon as the previous one has been acquired. A person who once believed a modest sum of money would satisfy them completely, upon acquiring that sum, frequently discovers that satisfaction was more elusive than expected, and that a slightly larger sum now seems like the true threshold of contentment. This pattern, left unexamined, has no natural stopping point. It simply repeats indefinitely at ever higher levels of acquisition, leaving the person no closer to genuine contentment than when they began, regardless of how much they eventually accumulate. Modern psychologists have given this phenomenon a name: hedonic adaptation, sometimes called the hedonic treadmill, describing the well-documented tendency of human beings to return, after any positive or negative change in circumstances, to a relatively stable baseline level of satisfaction, once the initial emotional response to the change has faded. Lottery winners, extensively studied in follow-up research years after their windfall, frequently report satisfaction levels remarkably similar to comparable individuals who never won anything at all, once the initial excitement of sudden wealth has worn off and a new, elevated baseline of normal has been established. The Stoics did not have access to this research, obviously, but they had observed the same pattern directly in the lives of wealthy Romans around them, and had drawn strikingly similar conclusions centuries before any formal psychological study existed to confirm them. Seneca illustrated this trap with a memorable image, comparing insatiable desire to a fever, in which the sick body craves more water not because water will actually heal the underlying illness, but because the fever itself distorts the body's own signals, producing a thirst that no amount of drinking can genuinely satisfy. In the same way, he argued, unchecked desire for wealth, status, or pleasure produces a kind of psychological fever, in which each acquisition briefly relieves the craving before the craving simply returns, undiminished, directed now toward the next available object. The Stoic alternative to this treadmill was not the outright rejection of wealth, comfort, or pleasant circumstances. A common misconception about Stoicism that we will address more fully in a later chapter, dedicated to correcting popular misunderstandings of the philosophy. The Stoics, and Seneca in particular, argued instead for what might be called a recalibration of the entire framework through which desire operates, locating genuine, stable satisfaction not in the endless acquisition of external things, whose supply of more is by definition limitless and can never be fully satisfied, but in the cultivation of virtuous character, which is complete and sufficient in itself, requiring no external addition to be genuinely whole. Consider the practical difference this recalibration makes in daily life. A person whose sense of enough is anchored to external comparison, needing to possess more than a neighbor, a colleague, or a rival, has adopted a standard that can never actually be satisfied, because there will always exist, somewhere, someone with more. A person whose sense of enough is anchored instead to the exercise of their own virtue. Have I acted with integrity today? Have I fulfilled my responsibilities well? Have I treated others fairly? Has adopted a standard that is fully achievable through their own effort, regardless of what anyone else happens to possess. This reframing does not require poverty or asceticism, and the Stoics were, on the whole, quite comfortable with the idea of a philosopher possessing and even enjoying comfortable circumstances, provided those circumstances were held with the appropriate lightness, appreciated when present, released without excessive grief when absent, and never mistaken for the actual foundation of a good life. Musonius Rufus, the teacher of Epictetus, reportedly lived quite simply despite having the means to live more lavishly, not out of a belief that comfort itself was evil, but as a deliberate practice, training himself regularly to want less than he could technically afford, so that his satisfaction would never depend on maintaining a particular level of luxury that circumstance might, at any moment, take away. The trap of more, then, is ultimately a trap of misplaced foundation, building one's sense of a complete, satisfied life on something that is, by its very structure, incapable of ever feeling complete. The Stoic remedy asks us to relocate that foundation entirely, from the endless external ladder of acquisition and comparison, to the stable, achievable, entirely self-contained project of living well, a project that reaches genuine completion, moment by moment, the instant we act with wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control, regardless of what we happen to possess when we do. No subject-occupied Stoic thought more persistently, or more usefully, than death, and no Stoic practice has traveled more directly into modern popular culture than the phrase, "The Romans used to summarize their approach to it." Memento mori, remember that you must die. It is worth pausing before exploring this idea further to address the discomfort many readers understandably feel at the mere mention of the topic. Modern culture, in stark contrast to the ancient world, tends to treat death as a subject to be avoided, hidden, softened with euphemism, and kept as far as possible from ordinary daily awareness. The Stoics took the opposite approach entirely, and did so not out of morbidity, but out of a carefully reasoned conviction that avoiding the thought of death does not actually protect us from its eventual arrival. It merely leaves us unprepared for something absolutely certain to occur, while simultaneously distorting how we spend the finite time we do have. Marcus Aurelius returns to the subject of death throughout Meditations, with a consistency that might startle a modern reader unfamiliar with ancient philosophical practice. He reminds himself that he could leave this life at any moment, and that this awareness should shape not his fear, but the quality of his present action, that every deed, every word, every thought should be conducted as though it might be among his last, not out of morbid anxiety, but out of a clear-eyed recognition that this genuinely might be true, and that living well requires acting accordingly rather than postponing genuine effort towards some imagined later date that is never actually guaranteed to arrive. This is the practical heart of memento mori, and it is worth stating plainly because it is so often misunderstood. The Stoics did not dwell on death in order to produce despair or paralysis. They dwelled on it in order to produce urgency and clarity, to strip away the illusion of unlimited time that allows so many people to postpone meaningful action, honest conversation, and genuine engagement with life indefinitely, always assuming there will be a more convenient moment later. Death, properly considered, functions as a kind of clarifying pressure, cutting through trivial distractions and forcing attention toward what actually matters. Seneca develops this theme extensively in his S on the shortness of life, which we will examine more fully in a later chapter devoted to Stoic conceptions of time. There, he argues that life is not inherently short, as popular complaint suggests, but that it merely feels short because so much of it is squandered on trivial pursuits, unexamined habits, and activities that contribute nothing to a life well lived. Awareness of death in Seneca's framework serves as a corrective to this waste, a periodic reminder that time, unlike money or possessions, cannot be recovered once spent, and that this scarcity, properly understood, should focus rather than frighten our attention. There is also a specific application of memento mori to grief and loss that deserves attention here. The Stoics taught, somewhat controversially to modern sensibilities, that we should regularly remind ourselves of the mortality not only of ourselves, but of those we love, not in order to love them less, or to hold them at emotional distance, but precisely the opposite, to appreciate their presence more fully while we have it, and to prepare our judgment in advance for a loss that, however painful, should not come as a complete, unprepared shock when it eventually arrives, as it eventually must for every relationship without exception. Epictetus, in a passage that has struck many readers as severe on first encounter, advised that when we kiss a child goodnight, we might quietly remind ourselves that this child is mortal, not to invite fear into the tender moment, but to prevent ourselves from taking the moment itself for granted, and to prepare our judgment in advance for the fact that no relationship, however precious, is guaranteed to continue indefinitely. Modern psychology has, somewhat unexpectedly, arrived at conclusions that echo this ancient practice. Research on what is sometimes called terror management theory suggests that confronting mortality directly, rather than suppressing awareness of it entirely, can under the right conditions produce what researchers term post-traumatic growth, or increased appreciation for present experience. While chronic avoidance of the topic tends to correlate with increased anxiety when death eventually forces its way into awareness regardless, as it inevitably does through illness, loss, or simple aging. The Stoic practice of regular, deliberate, calm engagement with mortality, rather than either obsessive fear or complete avoidance, anticipates this modern research by roughly 2,000 years. None of this suggests the Stoics were indifferent to death, or claim to feel no natural aversion to it. Even Seneca, writing extensively and eloquently about accepting mortality, acknowledged that some degree of instinctive aversion to death is simply part of being a living creature, built into us by nature itself for the practical purpose of survival. What the Stoics offered was not the elimination of this instinct, but a framework for preventing it from distorting an entire life through unexamined avoidance. a discipline of remembering regularly and calmly that time is finite, that this present moment will not return, and that this awareness, rather than producing despair, is among the most reliable tools available for producing a genuinely well-lived life. Long before the Stoics formalized their philosophy, an earlier Greek thinker named Heraclitus left behind a single image that would echo through Stoic thought for centuries. No man steps into the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. The Stoics absorbed this insight into the very center of their physics, the second field of their threefold system discussed earlier. They understood the entire cosmos as being in constant, ceaseless motion, not a fixed, static arrangement of permanent objects, but a continuous process of change, in which everything that exists is perpetually becoming something slightly different from what it was a moment before. Rivers flow, bodies age, empires rise, and eventually, without exception, fall. Nothing in the observable universe, the Stoics argued, remains genuinely fixed, and any peace of mind built on the assumption of permanence is, by definition, built on an illusion the universe itself will eventually correct. This might sound like a bleak foundation for a philosophy concerned with human flourishing, but the Stoics drew from it something closer to the opposite of despair. If change is not an occasional disruption of an otherwise stable order, but the fundamental nature of reality itself, then resisting change, clinging desperately to circumstances as though they could or should remain fixed, is not merely difficult. It is a direct contradiction of how the universe actually operates. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself that all things are, in a sense, already fading away even as we observe them, and that wisdom consists not in denying this constant transformation, but in aligning ourselves with it, meeting each change as it arrives rather than bracing rigidly against an impermanence that cannot, in any case, be prevented. Consider how differently a person experiences the seasons depending on their relationship to this principle. Autumn leaves, viewed through a lens of resistance to change, become a small annual tragedy, the visible dying of something that was, until recently, vividly alive. The same autumn leaves, viewed through the Stoic lens of impermanence properly understood, become instead a visible demonstration of the natural order continuing exactly as it should, one phase giving way gracefully to the next. Each stage beautiful in its own right, none of them permanent, none of them meant to be. Marcus Aurelius uses almost exactly this image, comparing the succession of human generations to the changing of seasons, encouraging himself to view his own eventual death not as an anomaly or an injustice, but as the completely natural conclusion of a process that has been unfolding, predictably, since the moment of his birth. This principle applies with particular force to the specific losses that cause the deepest human grief. The ending of relationships, the loss of youth, the passing of loved ones, the decline of health that once seemed permanent and unshakable. The Stoics did not argue that these losses should be met with indifference, and we will explore Stoic approaches to grief specifically in a later chapter. What they argued, more precisely, is that grief compounded by genuine shock, the sense that an impermanent thing has somehow betrayed us by failing to remain permanent, adds an unnecessary layer of suffering on top of the loss itself, a layer built entirely on a mistaken expectation the universe never actually promised to fulfill. Seneca offers a particularly useful reframing of borrowed time, in relation to everything we possess and everyone we love. He suggests thinking of every good thing in our lives, health, relationships, comfortable circumstances, even life itself, not as permanent possessions we are entitled to keep indefinitely, but as items on loan from a universe that reserves, and has always reserved, the right to reclaim them at a time of its own choosing. This is not intended as a grim or paranoid framework, constantly anticipating loss around every corner. It is intended, rather, as an accurate accounting of the actual terms under which we hold everything we have, terms we did not set, cannot renegotiate, and are in truth considerably more generous than we sometimes acknowledge, since much of what we possess has already been enjoyed for far longer than the universe was ever obligated to lend it. There is a practical exercise worth introducing here, one the Stoics practiced regularly, pausing periodically to consider that whatever circumstance currently occupies our attention, a difficult conflict, a joyful celebration, an ordinary uneventful afternoon, will in time pass into memory, exactly as countless other moments already have. This is not intended to diminish the significance of the present moment, but rather the opposite, to sharpen our attention to it. precisely because its impermanence means it deserves full engagement now, rather than being taken for granted as though it will simply repeat indefinitely into an unlimited future. The river Heraclitus described continues flowing, unbothered by whether we resist its current or move with it. The Stoics, observing this same river centuries later, concluded that the only rational response available to a creature living within a universe defined by constant change is to stop demanding that the river hold still, and to learn instead the more difficult, more rewarding skill of moving gracefully with a current that was never going to stop for anyone, emperor, philosopher, or ordinary citizen alike. Long before the Stoics, Plato offered an image that would echo through centuries of philosophy examining the structure of the human mind. The soul as a charioteer, struggling to guide two powerful horses, one noble and disciplined, the other wild and prone to bolting toward whatever pleasure or impulse catches its attention. The Stoics inherited this basic architecture and refined it into a practical framework for understanding what they considered the fourth cardinal virtue, temperance or self-control, where courage governs our relationship to fear and hardship, and justice governs our relationship to others. Self-control governs something closer to home, the ongoing internal negotiation between reason and appetite, between what we know serves our genuine flourishing and what simply feels immediately gratifying in the moment. The Stoics considered this virtue essential precisely because they recognized, with unusual honesty for ancient philosophers, that human beings are not purely rational creatures effortlessly following the dictates of wisdom. We are creatures with appetites, impulses, and cravings that frequently pull in directions our own better judgment would not endorse. Consider a Roman senator, invited to an elaborate banquet featuring extraordinary abundance, course after course of rich food, wine flowing without restraint, entertainment designed to indulge every available sense. The wild horse of appetite in Plato's image strains eagerly toward every dish, every cup, every pleasure on offer with no natural stopping point of its own. The charioteer's task is not to eliminate this horse entirely, or to pretend it does not exist, an impossible and, in the Stoic view, undesirable goal, since appetite serves legitimate purposes in moderate measure. The charioteer's task is to guide this powerful impulse with a firm, steady hand, allowing genuine enjoyment without permitting the appetite to seize full control of behavior, judgment, and, ultimately, character. This connects directly to a distinction the Stoics drew between pleasure itself, which they did not consider inherently evil, and the unchecked pursuit of pleasure as life's primary organizing goal, which they considered a fundamental error in judgment about what actually constitutes human flourishing. A moderate enjoyment of good food, good wine, and pleasant company, kept in appropriate proportion to one's other responsibilities and values, posed no particular problem for Stoic ethics. What concerned the Stoics was the condition in which appetite itself had effectively seized the reins entirely, in which a person's decisions, across every domain of life, were increasingly organized around the pursuit of immediate gratification, rather than around considered judgment about what genuinely served their character and their responsibilities. Musonius Rufus, the teacher of Epictetus, taught extensively on self-control as applied to appetite specifically, recommending that his students practice moderate, deliberate restraint even in ordinary matters like food and drink, not as an exercise in austere self-punishment, but as a form of ongoing training, strengthening the charioteer's grip on the reins through consistent, manageable practice, so that the grip would remain firm when a genuinely difficult test of self-control eventually arrived. This is a principle modern psychology has since studied extensively under the heading of self-regulation, with substantial research suggesting that self-control functions, in important respects, like a trainable skill rather than a fixed trait, strengthened through consistent, moderate practice, and weakened through consistent indulgence of impulse without resistance. There is a particularly Stoic insight embedded in this framework worth drawing out explicitly. That self-control exercised in small, seemingly trivial matters, resisting an extra portion of food when already satisfied, choosing water over wine at an ordinary meal, declining to check one's phone during a conversation with a friend, serves a purpose considerably larger than the immediate situation itself suggests. Each of these small moments functions as a kind of practice repetition, reinforcing the charioteer's capacity to hold the reins firmly, so that the same capacity is available and strengthened when a genuinely consequential temptation arrives. The opportunity for corruption, the temptation toward cruelty when provoked, the pull toward a destructive but immediately gratifying decision at a genuinely pivotal moment. Seneca wrote candidly about his own ongoing struggle with self-control, describing his personal practice of reviewing each day's conduct before sleep, examining honestly where his own appetites and impulses had gotten the better of his reasoned judgment, and resolving to guide the chariot more firmly the following day. This candor matters because it reveals something important about how the Stoics actually understood this virtue, not as a fixed state some fortunate people simply possess and others lack, but as an ongoing practice, requiring daily renewal, daily attention, and, crucially, a willingness to acknowledge failure honestly rather than pretending the wild horse had been permanently tamed once and for all. The charioteer never retires. Even the most disciplined Stoic sage in the ancient framework continued actively holding the reins for as long as he lived, because the appetites themselves never fully disappear. They simply become, through consistent practice, increasingly well-managed, increasingly responsive to the guiding hand of reason, rather than eliminated altogether. Self-control, understood this way, is less a destination a person eventually reaches, and more a discipline practiced continuously. One meal, one impulse, one small decision at a time. Few tests reveal character as thoroughly as the exercise of power over others, and few subjects occupied Roman Stoic thought more directly than the question of how a person entrusted with genuine authority over an army, a household, a province, or an empire ought to conduct themselves. The Stoic conception of leadership departed sharply from a model still recognizable in our own time. Leadership as the pursuit and display of dominance, in which authority exists primarily to serve the ambitions, comfort, and ego of the person who holds it. Marcus Aurelius, writing as the literal ruler of the known world, repeatedly reminded himself of the opposite framework, that his position existed to serve those under his authority, not the reverse, and that the enormous privileges attached to his role carried with them an equally enormous corresponding duty, one that could not be set aside whenever it became inconvenient or exhausting. He wrote in one particularly striking passage that he must approach each day's responsibilities the way a physician approaches a demanding patient, with patience, with genuine care for the outcome, and without the expectation of gratitude or even basic cooperation in return. This image is worth sitting with, because it captures something important about the Stoic model of leadership. Authority is not treated as a reward to be enjoyed, but as a responsibility to be discharged skillfully, regardless of whether those being served fully appreciate the effort involved. This did not mean Stoic leaders were expected to be endlessly permissive or to avoid difficult, unpopular decisions. Quite the opposite, Marcus Aurelius commanded military campaigns that required sending soldiers into genuinely dangerous combat, made legal judgments that disappointed litigants on both sides of a dispute, and managed an empire through plague and invasion that demanded difficult trade-offs no decision could fully satisfy. The Stoic model of leadership was never about avoiding hard choices in favor of comfortable popularity. It was about making hard choices from a place of genuine concern for the collective good, guided by reasoned judgment rather than personal ego, fear of criticism, or the desire to be liked. Seneca, in his essay on mercy, addressed to the young Emperor Nero early in his reign, before Nero's later descent into the tyranny for which he is now remembered, argued that a ruler's power is genuinely secure only when it rests on the willing respect of those governed, rather than on fear alone. A ruler who governs primarily through terror, Seneca warned, might achieve compliance in the short term, but builds a foundation that is inherently unstable, since fear breeds resentment, and resentment, given sufficient opportunity, tends eventually toward rebellion. A ruler who governs with visible fairness, restraint, and genuine concern for those under his authority builds something considerably more durable, a foundation of trust that survives difficulty in a way that fear alone cannot. There is a particular Stoic insight about criticism that applies with special force to those in leadership positions, who inevitably face more scrutiny and more disagreement than ordinary citizens simply by virtue of their visible authority. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that he could not control whether his decisions would be criticized, misunderstood, or resented by those affected by them. This lay outside his control, in the familiar Stoic framework, but he could control whether his decisions were made with genuine care, sound reasoning, and fidelity to his actual duty, regardless of how they were ultimately received. A leader excessively concerned with universal approval the Stoics recognized, becomes a leader unable to make necessary but unpopular decisions, precisely when such decisions are most required. This connects to another Stoic principle relevant to leadership: the recognition that authority itself is, in the deepest Stoic sense, an indifferent, genuinely useful when exercised well, capable of accomplishing enormous good, but not itself the true measure of a person's worth or character. A person who derives their entire sense of identity and value from a position of authority becomes dangerously dependent on maintaining that position at any cost, a dependency the Stoics recognized as a significant threat to sound judgment. A person who understands their authority as simply an opportunity to exercise virtue on a larger stage, rather than as the foundation of their identity itself, remains considerably freer to exercise that authority wisely, and crucially, to relinquish it gracefully when circumstance eventually requires it, as circumstance eventually requires of every leader in history without exception. Marcus Aurelius never forgot, throughout nearly 2 decades on the most powerful throne in the ancient world, that the imperial purple he wore was, in the end, simply cloth, that the crowds who cheered him, the soldiers who followed his orders, and the vast machinery of empire that responded to his commands, none of it changed the fundamental Stoic reckoning of what actually made a life good or bad. This awareness, sustained across decades of genuine, consequential power, may be the single rarest achievement in the entire historical record of human leadership. And it remains, 20 centuries later, one of the clearest demonstrations available of what Stoic philosophy, seriously practiced, can actually accomplish when placed in the hands of someone with the power to do enormous good or enormous harm. We encountered, in an earlier chapter on Stoic physics, the phrase living according to nature, a phrase so central to Stoic ethics that it deserves its own extended examination, because it is also among the most frequently misunderstood ideas in the entire philosophy. To modern ears, living according to nature often suggests something like a simple, rustic existence close to the earth, free from the complications of civilization, a kind of ancient precursor to modern back-to-nature movements. This is not, in fact, what the Stoics meant, and the misunderstanding is worth correcting directly, because the actual Stoic meaning offers something considerably more useful for a life lived in cities, offices, and modern complexity. For the Stoics, nature referred primarily to human nature specifically, and human nature, in their careful analysis, was defined above all by the capacity for reason. Every living creature, the Stoics observed, follows its own particular nature in pursuit of flourishing. A plant grows toward light, an animal pursues food and safety guided by instinct. Human beings share certain basic instincts with animals, but possess something additional and distinctive: rational judgment, the capacity to examine impressions, weigh considerations, and choose deliberately rather than simply react automatically to impulse. To live according to nature, for a human being specifically, meant living in a manner that fully exercised and honored this distinctive rational capacity, making reasoned, deliberate choices aligned with virtue, rather than simply following whatever impulse happened to arise unexamined. This had a further, crucial dimension the Stoics considered inseparable from individual rationality. Human beings, in their analysis, are also fundamentally social creatures, naturally inclined toward cooperation, community, and concern for others, in a way that distinguishes us further from purely solitary animals. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about this social dimension of human nature, comparing an isolated, purely self-interested person to a diseased limb severed from the rest of the body, technically still matter, but no longer functioning as the thing it was actually designed to be. To live according to nature, in this fuller Stoic sense, meant not merely exercising individual reason in isolation, but exercising that reason in service of the broader human community, recognizing one's own flourishing as genuinely bound up with the flourishing of others rather than separate from it. This gives us a considerably richer and more useful account of Stoic purpose than the simplistic, return to simplicity, misreading sometimes attached to the philosophy. A person living according to nature, in the authentic Stoic sense, might well work in a bustling city, hold a demanding professional position, engage with complex modern technology, and participate actively in a sophisticated society. None of this contradicts Stoic purpose in the slightest, provided the person's engagement with all of it is guided by reason, oriented toward virtue, and genuinely concerned with contributing to the well-being of the broader human community, rather than merely the narrow satisfaction of private appetite. Consider how this framework addresses one of the most common modern anxieties: the search for a single, specific purpose, or calling, that will definitively answer the question of how one's life should be spent. The Stoics offer a somewhat different, and arguably more accessible, answer to the purpose question than modern culture typically provides. Rather than treating purpose as a specific, singular external role waiting to be discovered, a particular career, a particular achievement, a particular life's work that will retroactively justify one's existence, the Stoics located purpose in something available to every person, in every circumstance, regardless of their specific external role. The ongoing exercise of reason in service of virtue and community, expressed through whatever particular activities one's life happens to involve. This does not mean the Stoics were indifferent to the specific content of a person's work or role. Marcus Aurelius clearly took his particular imperial responsibilities seriously as the specific arena in which his purpose was to be exercised. And Epictetus taught extensively about fulfilling one's particular social roles well, whether as a parent, citizen, or professional. But the deeper Stoic purpose underlying any of these specific roles remained constant regardless of which particular role a person happened to occupy. Exercising reason wisely, acting with virtue consistently, and contributing genuinely to the community one was embedded within. A purpose achievable equally by an emperor governing an empire, and by an ordinary citizen managing a household, neither of them more or less capable, in the Stoic framework, of fulfilling the deepest purpose available to a human life. There is a genuine liberation available in this reframing for anyone who has spent considerable energy anxiously searching for a single, specific, externally validated purpose that will finally justify their existence. The Stoic answer suggests that this particular search, however common in modern culture, may be looking in the wrong place entirely. That purpose is not a specific external destination to be found through searching, but a quality of engagement available immediately, in whatever circumstance a person currently occupies, the moment they commit to exercising reason and virtue fully within it. We touched briefly, in the chapter on fear, on a specific Stoic practice worth returning to now in fuller detail, because it represents one of the most distinctive and, to modern readers, initially counterintuitive techniques the philosophy has to offer. The deliberate practice of imagining loss and hardship in advance, known in Latin as premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. The basic practice is straightforward to describe, even if it requires some genuine discipline to perform consistently. A Stoic practitioner would set aside time, periodically, to deliberately imagine specific hardships that might occur. The loss of wealth, the failure of a cherished plan, the death of a loved one, exile from one's homeland, serious illness, not dwelling on these possibilities with anxious dread, but examining them calmly and directly, considering how one might respond to each with dignity and continued function, should it actually occur. At first encounter, this practice can seem like an invitation to pessimism, or even a form of superstitious anxiety, deliberately inviting bad fortune by dwelling on it. The Stoics understood their intention quite differently, and it is worth walking through their actual reasoning carefully, because the practice, correctly understood, tends to produce considerably more peace of mind than the alternative approach most people default to instead, avoiding all thought of potential hardship entirely, and hoping, essentially, that difficulty will simply never arrive. Seneca offers a particularly clear explanation in his letters, observing that the person who has never rehearsed hardship in imagination is, in effect, the person most likely to be devastated when hardship eventually arrives, which, given the fundamentally uncertain and impermanent nature of the world discussed in an earlier chapter, it eventually will, in some form, for every person without exception. The person who has already considered, calmly and in advance, how they might respond to a significant loss, arrives at the actual moment of loss with a kind of prepared readiness that the person who never considered the possibility simply does not possess. The premeditation does not prevent the hardship. It prevents the additional shock and disorientation that so often compounds hardship when it arrives completely unanticipated. There is a useful comparison available in a domain entirely removed from ancient philosophy: emergency response training. Firefighters, pilots, and surgeons train extensively for worst-case scenarios they hope will never actually occur. A fire that spreads faster than expected, a mechanical failure mid-flight. a surgical complication requiring immediate improvisation. This training is not intended to make these professionals fatalistic or anxious about disaster. It is intended, precisely, to ensure that if disaster does occur, they are prepared to respond effectively rather than freezing in shocked confusion at an entirely unanticipated situation. Premeditatio malorum functions, in essence, as a form of psychological emergency training, applied not to specific professional disasters, but to the general hardships that any human life may eventually encounter. Modern psychology has developed a related concept worth mentioning here, what researchers sometimes call defensive pessimism, a documented coping strategy in which certain individuals, contrary to conventional wisdom favoring pure optimism, actually perform better and experience less anxiety when they deliberately consider potential negative outcomes in advance and mentally prepare responses to them, compared to when they are encouraged to simply think positively and avoid considering difficulty altogether. Interestingly, research suggests this strategy works specifically for people who use it deliberately and constructively, considering setbacks in order to prepare for them, precisely the Stoic approach, rather than for people who ruminate on negative possibilities anxiously without any corresponding preparation, which produces the opposite effect entirely. The Stoics also identified a second, related benefit of premeditatio malorum that operates independently of preparation for actual hardship. The practice of imagining loss tends, quite reliably, to increase appreciation for what one currently possesses. Consider a person who periodically imagines, briefly and calmly, what their life would be like without a particular relationship, a particular capability, or a particular comfort they currently enjoy. This exercise, performed thoughtfully, tends to counteract the natural human tendency toward hedonic adaptation discussed in an earlier chapter. The tendency to take good circumstances for granted once they become familiar, ceasing to notice or appreciate them simply because they have become the unremarkable background of ordinary life. Imagining their absence, even briefly, restores some of the original appreciation that familiarity has gradually worn away. It is worth being precise about how this practice differs from anxious rumination, since the distinction matters considerably for whether the exercise produces its intended benefit or simply produces unnecessary distress. Premeditatio malorum, properly practiced, is brief, deliberate, and calm. A specific, time-limited exercise undertaken with clear purpose, not an open-ended spiral of worry that continues indefinitely and produces no corresponding preparation or appreciation. The Stoic practitioner considers the hardship, considers how they might respond to it with continued virtue and function, and then returns their attention to the present moment, strengthened by the exercise rather than destabilized by it. This distinction between structured, purposeful contemplation of difficulty and unstructured, anxious dwelling on it, may be the single most important practical detail, separating a genuinely useful Stoic practice from a superficially similar but ultimately counterproductive habit of mind. There is a phrase, later popularized by the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, but rooted deeply in Stoic thought centuries earlier, that captures perhaps the most demanding and most transformative attitude the philosophy has to offer. Amor fati, the love of fate. We have already explored the dichotomy of control, the discipline of accepting what lies outside our power rather than resisting it. Amor fati asks something considerably more difficult than mere acceptance. It asks us not merely to tolerate what happens to us, but to actively embrace it, to greet even genuine hardship, once it has arrived and can no longer be prevented, not with grudging endurance, but with something closer to affirmation, treating the actual unfolding of events as though it were, in some meaningful sense, exactly what we would have chosen. This is a genuinely radical position, and it is worth being honest about how difficult it is to practice sincerely rather than merely recite as an appealing philosophical slogan. Marcus Aurelius approaches this attitude repeatedly in his private notebook, reminding himself that whatever happens to him has been woven by the same rational order that governs the entire cosmos, the logos discussed in our chapter on Stoic physics, and that resisting this unfolding, wishing fervently that events had gone differently after they have already occurred, amounts to a kind of quiet warfare against reality itself, a battle that reality, being reality, will always eventually win, regardless of how fiercely we resist it. Consider the practical difference between two responses to the same genuine hardship: the loss of a job, unexpected and undeserved, The first response, resistance, spends its energy replaying the injustice, imagining alternate timelines where the loss never occurred, resenting the specific people or circumstances responsible, and remaining, in a meaningful sense, psychologically stuck at the moment of the loss itself, unable to move forward because so much energy remains invested in wishing the past had unfolded differently. The second response, amor fati genuinely practiced, acknowledges the loss fully without denial, without pretending it was somehow secretly good, but then asks a different question entirely. Given that this has actually happened and cannot be undone, what is the best possible use of this exact situation going forward? This question, unlike the first response's endless replaying of an unchangeable past, actually opens a path toward productive action. Epictetus offers a memorable formulation of this attitude, teaching his students not merely to wish that events would unfold as they wished, but to wish instead that events would unfold exactly as they actually do unfold. A reversal that, properly understood, is not a call for passivity, but for a fundamental realignment of the will itself, bringing our desires into harmony with reality rather than perpetually at war with it. He compares this to a dog tied to a moving cart. The dog that resists, straining against the rope in the opposite direction of the cart's travel, is dragged along regardless, suffering unnecessarily in addition to the journey itself, which was going to happen either way. The dog that runs willingly alongside the cart makes the identical journey, arrives at the identical destination, but experiences the trip itself with considerably less unnecessary suffering. It is important to be precise about what amor fati does not ask of a person, because the concept is easily misunderstood in ways that would make it either trivial or genuinely harmful. It does not ask us to abandon effort toward improving our circumstances, or to passively accept genuine injustice without working to correct it where correction remains possible. Remember the discipline of action from an earlier chapter. The Stoics fully endorsed vigorous, skillful effort toward good outcomes, precisely because effort itself remains within our control even when final outcomes do not. Amor fati applies specifically to what has already occurred and cannot be changed through any further effort, not as a philosophy of preemptive surrender before an outcome is determined, but as a discipline for how to relate to an outcome once it has become genuinely fixed and unchangeable. Nor does amor fati require pretending that hardship is not actually difficult, or performing a false cheerfulness that denies genuine pain. Marcus Aurelius grieved real losses throughout his life, the deaths of children, the deaths of trusted friends and mentors, and his notebook does not pretend these losses were painless. What his notebook demonstrates instead is a discipline of moving through genuine grief, without adding the additional layer of resistance and resentment that turns necessary pain into prolonged, self-perpetuating suffering. The loss itself was outside his control. His relationship to the loss, once it had occurred, remained his own. There is a particular kind of freedom available to a person who has genuinely internalized amor fati, one difficult to fully convey to someone who has not experienced it, but worth attempting to describe nonetheless. It is the freedom of a person no longer at war with their own biography, no longer spending finite energy resenting a past that cannot be altered, and therefore having considerably more energy available for engaging fully and skillfully with whatever comes next. This is not resignation, despite how easily it can be mistaken for resignation from the outside. It is, in the Stoic understanding, the most complete form of engagement with reality actually available to a human being, one that has stopped fighting battles it cannot win, in order to devote its full strength to battles it genuinely can. We return now to a claim introduced in our earliest chapters, one so foundational to the entire Stoic system that it deserves careful, extended examination in its own right. The claim that virtue alone is genuinely good, and that everything else commonly considered valuable, wealth, health, reputation, even life itself, belongs to a separate category the Stoics called indifferent. This claim strikes many newcomers to Stoicism as extreme, even implausible on first encounter. Surely the natural objection runs, health is genuinely good, and illness genuinely bad. Surely wealth that allows a person to feed their family and pursue meaningful work is genuinely valuable, not merely neutral. The Stoics anticipated this objection directly, and their response involves a distinction worth walking through carefully, because it resolves what initially appears to be a stark contradiction between Stoic theory and ordinary human experience. The Stoics divided indifferent things into two further categories: preferred indifference, which include health, wealth, reputation, and comfortable circumstances generally, and dispreferred indifference, which include their opposites, illness, poverty, disgrace, and hardship. Calling these things indifferent did not mean the Stoics considered them equally worthless or equally desirable. A rational person in the Stoic framework will naturally and appropriately prefer health to illness, prosperity to poverty, given a genuine choice between them, and will act reasonably to pursue the preferred option where doing so is consistent with virtue. What the Stoics denied was not the practical preferability of these things, but their status as the actual foundation of a good life, the thing that ultimately determines whether a particular human existence should be judged successful or unsuccessful, flourishing or failing. Consider why the Stoics drew this particular line. Because their reasoning, once understood, is considerably more rigorous than it might first appear. They observed that wealth, health, and reputation can all be possessed by genuinely vicious people. A corrupt magistrate can be wealthy. A cruel tyrant can be healthy. A dishonest merchant can enjoy an excellent reputation built on deception his victims have not yet discovered. If wealth, health, and reputation were themselves the true measure of a good life, this would force the uncomfortable conclusion that a corrupt, cruel, dishonest person possessing these things has lived a genuinely good life. A conclusion the Stoics considered obviously false, and one most people, on reflection, would likely reject as well. Virtue, by contrast, cannot be possessed by a vicious person by definition. A person who has genuine wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control is, by the very meaning of those terms, not vicious. Only virtue, the Stoics concluded, reliably tracks what we actually mean when we call a life good. There is a further practical dimension to this claim worth exploring, one connected directly to the dichotomy of control examined earlier. Wealth, health, and reputation are all, to varying degrees, subject to forces beyond a person's full control, market conditions, disease, the shifting opinions of others. If the goodness of a life depended entirely on securing these external things, then the goodness of a life would be held hostage to forces the person living it cannot fully command. A deeply precarious foundation for something as important as an entire human existence. Virtue, by contrast, remains within a person's own power regardless of external circumstance. A person can act wisely, courageously, justly, and with self-control whether they are wealthy or poor, healthy or ill, praised or condemned by their community. The external circumstance shapes the specific form virtuous action takes, but does not determine whether virtuous action remains available at all. This is precisely why Epictetus, who possessed almost none of the conventional external advantages, beginning life as a slave, living for years with a permanently damaged leg, never accumulating significant wealth even after gaining freedom, could nonetheless be considered, by his own philosophy's standards, capable of living a genuinely good life, exactly as capable as an emperor commanding legions and governing an empire. The specific external circumstances of their two lives could hardly have differed more dramatically. The capacity for virtue, according to Stoic theory, remained equally available to both of them. None of this should be mistaken for indifference to suffering, or a claim that poverty, illness, and hardship do not genuinely matter or should not be addressed through reasonable effort. The Stoics fully endorsed working to improve one's circumstances where such improvement was achievable through virtuous means, precisely because circumstances classified as preferred remain genuinely preferable, all else being equal. The claim was never that external circumstances are irrelevant to a well-lived life in every practical sense. The claim was more precise, and on reflection, considerably harder to dispute, that these circumstances are not what ultimately determines whether a life has been lived well, and that a person's fundamental worth and capacity for a good life should never be measured primarily by them. Of the four cardinal virtues the Stoics inherited from earlier Greek philosophy, wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, wisdom occupied a distinctive position as, in some sense, the foundation from which the other three derived their proper application. Without wisdom, the Stoics argued, courage risks becoming mere recklessness, justice risks becoming rigid or misapplied, and temperance risks becoming empty self-denial without genuine purpose. The Stoics understood wisdom not primarily as the accumulation of information or academic knowledge, though study and learning certainly had their place in Stoic education. Wisdom, in the fuller Stoic sense, meant something closer to practical discernment, the capacity to correctly judge what is genuinely good, genuinely bad, and genuinely indifferent, and to apply this judgment skillfully to the specific, often ambiguous circumstances of actual daily life. A person could possess enormous factual knowledge about the world and still lack Stoic wisdom entirely, if that knowledge was never translated into sound judgment about how to actually live. Consider the practical difference this distinction makes. A Roman general might possess extensive tactical knowledge of warfare, troop formations, supply logistics, terrain analysis, without possessing wisdom in the Stoic sense. If that same general consistently makes poor judgments about which battles are worth fighting at all, or allows personal ambition to override sound strategic reasoning. Wisdom, for the Stoics, sits one level above specific technical competence, governing the deeper judgments about what actually matters and how various specific skills and circumstances should be weighed and applied in service of a genuinely good life. The Stoics identified several component skills nested within this broader virtue of wisdom, each worth understanding individually. Good judgment, or the capacity to reason soundly from accurate premises to correct conclusions. Good deliberation, the capacity to weigh competing considerations carefully before acting, rather than deciding hastily under the pressure of a strong first impression. And perhaps most distinctively, what the Stoics called resourcefulness, the capacity to respond skillfully to unexpected circumstances that no amount of prior planning could have fully anticipated, drawing on sound underlying principles to improvise wisely when the specific situation exceeds any rehearsed script. Marcus Aurelius demonstrates this practical, applied conception of wisdom throughout Meditations, repeatedly working through specific, concrete situations. A frustrating colleague, an unexpected setback, a difficult decision with no clearly ideal option, rather than remaining at the level of abstract theory. This is itself instructive about how the Stoics understood wisdom, not as a body of settled conclusions to be memorized and applied mechanically, but as an ongoing practice of careful reasoning, exercised fresh in each new situation life presents, since no two situations, however similar in general outline, are ever fully identical in their specific details. There is a humility built into the Stoic conception of wisdom worth highlighting, one that distinguishes it from a caricature of the philosophy as offering rigid, absolute certainty about every situation. The Stoics, particularly in the Roman period following Panidius's softening of earlier, more austere doctrine, generally acknowledged that the fully realized Stoic sage, a person of perfect, complete wisdom, was an extremely rare, perhaps even theoretical ideal, one that few, if any, actual historical figures had ever fully achieved. What mattered practically for ordinary Stoic students was not achieving this perfect theoretical standard, but making genuine, consistent progress toward it, a framework sometimes called Stoic progress, as distinct from Stoic perfection, which allowed the philosophy to remain genuinely useful to flawed, striving, ordinary people, rather than becoming an unreachable standard that discouraged practice entirely. This connects directly to a practice several Roman Stoics recommended explicitly: regular, honest self-examination, reviewing one's own judgments and decisions in order to identify errors and refine future judgment accordingly. Seneca described his own nightly practice of reviewing the day's conduct before sleep, asking himself specific questions. What weakness have I overcome today? What fault have I noticed and begun to correct? In what way have I made genuine progress? Not as an exercise in harsh self-criticism, but as a disciplined, ongoing refinement of practical wisdom, treating each day as an opportunity to sharpen judgment slightly further than it had been sharpened the day before. Wisdom, understood this way, is less a fixed possession some fortunate people simply have and others simply lack, and more an ongoing craft, refined continuously through honest reflection, careful reasoning, and the willingness to learn genuinely from one's own errors rather than defending them out of wounded pride. It remained, for the Stoics, the foundational virtue from which the others drew their proper direction, because courage without wisdom cannot distinguish a worthy risk from a foolish one. Justice without wisdom cannot properly weigh competing claims, and temperance without wisdom cannot discern which desires genuinely deserve restraint, and which are, in fact, entirely reasonable to pursue. If wisdom governs how a person reasons and courage governs how a person faces hardship, justice governs something the Stoics considered equally central to a well-lived life: how a person treats others. The Stoic conception of justice extended considerably beyond the narrow legal sense the word often carries in modern usage. It encompassed fairness, honesty, cooperation, and a genuine concern for the well-being of the broader human community. What the Stoics, drawing on their conception of human beings as fundamentally social creatures discussed in our chapter on living according to nature, considered simply the natural, appropriate expression of human reason applied to our relationships with other people. Marcus Aurelius returns to this theme with striking frequency throughout Meditations, reminding himself repeatedly that human beings were made for cooperation, in the same way that the upper and lower rows of teeth are made to work together, or the hands are made to work together with each other rather than in opposition. Acting against this cooperative nature, through dishonesty, cruelty, or simple indifference to others' genuine well-being, was understood by Marcus not merely as a moral failing in some abstract sense, but as a kind of self-contradiction, a working against one's own fundamental nature as a social, rational creature, comparable to a hand attempting to function while actively working against the rest of the body it belongs to. The Stoics developed a particularly striking image to illustrate the scope of justice properly understood. Concentric circles, first described in detail by the Stoic philosopher Hierocles. At the center of these circles sits the individual self. The next circle out includes one's immediate family. Beyond that, extended family and close friends. Beyond that, one's local community. Beyond that, one's broader nation. And in the outermost circle, all of humanity itself, every person alive, regardless of nationality, wealth, or status. The Stoic exercise, sometimes called cosmopolitanism, from the Greek for citizen of the world, involved deliberately working to draw these outer circles inward, treating strangers with something closer to the concern naturally extended to family, rather than reserving genuine moral concern only for those in one's immediate circle. This cosmopolitan framework was genuinely radical in the ancient world, a period generally organized around sharp distinctions between citizen and foreigner, free person and slave, one's own tribe and all others. The Stoics, by contrast, argued consistently that all human beings, by virtue of sharing the same rational nature, belong to a single moral community deserving of basic justice and consideration, a position that would not find full political expression for many centuries afterward. But that represents one of Stoicism's most historically significant contributions to later ethical and political thought. Consider how this framework applied to the specific, practical question of how a Roman official should treat a foreign province under his administration. A purely self-interested or narrowly tribal framework might suggest that a Roman governor owes moral consideration only to fellow Romans, treating provincial subjects merely as resources to be extracted for Roman benefit. The Stoic cosmopolitan framework insisted otherwise, that provincial subjects, sharing the same fundamental human rationality as any Roman citizen, deserved fair treatment and genuine consideration in their own right, not merely instrumental treatment as a means to Roman ends. Marcus Aurelius, in his actual administration of the empire, appears to have taken this principle seriously, and ancient sources generally credit his reign with a notable degree of fairness toward provincial subjects compared to many of his imperial predecessors and successors. Justice in the Stoic framework also connected directly to honesty, which the Stoics considered essential to functioning cooperation between rational beings. A society, or even a simple friendship, in which deception was considered acceptable whenever convenient, would rapidly lose the basic trust that makes cooperation between people possible at all. The Stoics considered truthfulness not merely a pleasant social nicety, but a genuine structural requirement for the kind of cooperative human community, their broader philosophy envisioned as natural and appropriate to human beings. There is a practical daily application of Stoic justice worth highlighting, one considerably more modest than grand questions of imperial administration, but no less important in the Stoic framework. The ordinary, moment-to-moment fairness extended to the people encountered in daily life. The merchant paid honestly for goods received. The servant treated with basic dignity despite an enormous difference in social status. The political opponent engaged with honest argument rather than deliberate distortion of their actual position. The Stoics understood justice not as an occasional grand gesture reserved for dramatic moral emergencies, but as a consistent orientation, expressed continuously in countless small interactions, each one an opportunity either to honor or to violate the fundamentally cooperative, social nature the Stoics believed defined what it genuinely means to be human. We examined self-control in an earlier chapter through the specific image of the charioteer managing appetite. Temperance, the fourth cardinal virtue, encompasses this same territory, but extends further into a broader principle the Stoics considered essential across nearly every domain of a well-ordered life: the art of finding and maintaining an appropriate middle path, avoiding excess in either direction. This principle, sometimes associated more directly with Aristotle's doctrine of the golden mean, was nonetheless embraced thoroughly within Stoic ethics as well, applied not merely to physical appetite, but to emotional expression, speech, ambition, and countless other domains where human behavior can drift too far in either an excessive or a deficient direction. Consider courage itself, examined in an earlier chapter. Too little courage produces cowardice, an excessive unwillingness to face necessary risk or hardship. But too much unchecked boldness, absent the tempering influence of wisdom, produces recklessness, an equally serious failure that endangers a person just as thoroughly as cowardice does, simply through a different mechanism. Temperance, understood this broadly, functions as a kind of governing discipline across the entire Stoic system, ensuring that even genuinely admirable qualities remain properly calibrated rather than tipping into their own particular excess. A person can, in principle, be excessively generous, giving away resources needed for genuine responsibilities in a misguided attempt to appear virtuous, just as easily as a person can be insufficiently generous, hoarding resources out of genuine miserliness. Temperance asks not for the elimination of generosity, but for its calibration, generosity appropriate to actual circumstance and actual responsibility, neither excessive nor deficient. Seneca applied this principle with particular attention to speech, an area of daily conduct he considered chronically undervalued as a domain requiring genuine temperance. He observed that excessive talkativeness, dominating conversation, speaking primarily to display one's own knowledge or wit, rather than to genuinely communicate or listen, represented a failure of temperance every bit as real as excessive drinking or overeating, even though it rarely receives the same moral scrutiny in ordinary social judgment. He recommended deliberate practice in restraint of speech specifically, listening more than speaking, considering carefully before offering an opinion, and resisting the impulse to fill every silence in conversation simply because silence can feel uncomfortable. There is a particularly useful application of temperance to the domain of emotional expression, one relevant to a common modern misunderstanding of Stoicism, worth addressing directly here. Popular usage of the word Stoic today often suggests total emotional suppression, a person who displays no feeling whatsoever, regardless of circumstance. This is, in fact, a significant distortion of actual Stoic teaching. The Stoics did not advocate the elimination of all emotional experience, which they recognized, correctly, as neither possible nor actually desirable for a fully functioning human being. What they advocated, more precisely, was temperance applied to emotional expression and emotional reaction, avoiding both the excess of being entirely controlled by unexamined feeling, swept along wherever emotion happened to lead, and the opposite excess of pretending to feel nothing at all, a false suppression that Stoic philosophers themselves generally did not practice or recommend, and that modern psychology has since demonstrated to be genuinely harmful when pursued as a chronic strategy. Seneca himself, in his own letters, describes genuine grief at the deaths of friends, genuine affection for his family, and genuine distress at various points in his difficult life. What Stoic temperance asked of him was not the elimination of these feelings, but their proportionate, examined expression, grief appropriate to genuine loss, rather than either the extreme of complete emotional collapse that prevents continued function, or the opposite extreme of false, performed indifference that denies authentic human experience entirely. This middle path, considerably more demanding than either extreme in its own way, required ongoing, honest self-examination to maintain, precisely the kind of continuous discipline the Stoics considered essential to virtue generally. Temperance, understood across this full range of application, appetite, speech, ambition, emotional expression, asks something considerably more sophisticated of a person than simple restraint or simple denial. It asks for calibration, an ongoing, attentive judgment about what proportion of expression, indulgence, or restraint is actually appropriate to each specific circumstance, avoiding both the excess that overwhelms good judgment and the deficiency that denies genuine, legitimate human experience and need. This is, perhaps, why the Stoics considered temperance inseparable from wisdom, the first cardinal virtue examined earlier, because finding the appropriate middle path in any given situation requires exactly the kind of careful, situation-specific discernment that wisdom, properly practiced, is designed to provide. We examined courage earlier through the specific lens of the battlefield, the acute, dramatic fear a soldier faces in the moment before combat. There is a related but distinct virtue worth its own separate examination. Fortitude, the sustained capacity to endure prolonged hardship, chronic difficulty, or extended suffering that does not resolve quickly, but instead demands to be carried day after day for weeks, months, or even years. This distinction matters considerably because most genuine hardship in an ordinary human life does not arrive as a single dramatic moment requiring acute courage, the way a battlefield charge does. It arrives instead as chronic illness, prolonged grief, extended financial difficulty, or the slow accumulation of ordinary daily burdens that never quite resolve, but simply must be carried, continuously, without the clean resolution a single decisive act of courage might provide. Fortitude addresses precisely this less dramatic, but arguably more common category of human difficulty. Seneca offers a particularly relevant case study in his own life, examined in an earlier chapter, during his 8 years of exile on Corsica. Not a single acute crisis requiring one decisive act of bravery, but an extended, grinding period of isolation from everything familiar, requiring sustained endurance across years rather than a single dramatic moment. His letters from this period, particularly his consolation to his own grieving mother, reveal a man working actively, continuously, to maintain his composure and his sense of purpose across an extended duration, rather than simply gritting his teeth through a single difficult event and then returning to normal. The Stoics recognized that this kind of sustained fortitude requires different psychological resources than acute courage does. A single act of battlefield bravery can, in principle, draw on a brief, intense surge of adrenaline and resolve, sustained for minutes or hours before the crisis resolves one way or another. Chronic hardship offers no such surge to draw on. It requires instead a steadier, more sustainable kind of endurance, one that must be renewed continuously, day after day, without the psychological support of an approaching, definite endpoint. Marcus Aurelius, dealing with a plague that ravaged the Roman Empire for years rather than resolving quickly, and a series of frontier military campaigns that stretched across much of his reign, rather than concluding in a single decisive battle, wrote to himself repeatedly about the importance of meeting each single day's specific demands, without becoming overwhelmed by the full, cumulative weight of the entire ongoing crisis considered all at once. He reminded himself in various formulations that his actual task was never to endure the entire remaining duration of hardship in a single mental effort, an impossible, overwhelming task that would exhaust anyone attempting it, but simply to meet the specific demands of the present day, and then, tomorrow, to meet the specific demands of that day in turn, one day fully lived at a time. This principle offers genuinely practical guidance for anyone facing extended hardship in the modern world. Chronic illness, prolonged caregiving responsibilities, extended financial difficulty, or grief that does not resolve on any predictable schedule. The instinct, facing such prolonged difficulty, is often to mentally project the entire remaining duration of the hardship at once, calculating how much total suffering remains to be endured. A calculation that tends to produce overwhelming despair regardless of how manageable any single day, considered in isolation, might actually be. The Stoic discipline of fortitude redirects attention deliberately away from this overwhelming total calculation, toward the considerably more manageable question of what today, specifically, requires. A question nearly always answerable, even when the larger question of the entire remaining ordeal feels genuinely unbearable to contemplate directly. There is a further Stoic insight relevant to sustained hardship worth noting: the recognition that endurance itself, practiced consistently over time, tends to strengthen rather than simply deplete a person's capacity for further endurance, provided the hardship does not exceed what a person can genuinely sustain, and provided some attention is given to genuine recovery and support alongside the endurance itself. Seneca observed that difficulty faced directly and repeatedly, rather than avoided, tends to build a kind of psychological calluses, comparable to the physical calluses a laborer's hands develop through repeated exposure to friction that would blister untrained skin. This is not a claim that hardship is secretly pleasant, or that a person should seek out unnecessary suffering in order to build resilience artificially. It is, rather, an observation that hardship which cannot be avoided, when met with genuine engagement rather than denial or collapse, frequently leaves a person more capable of facing future difficulty than they were before. A genuinely useful reframing for anyone currently in the midst of an ordeal that shows no sign of ending on a convenient schedule. Philosophy, for the Stoics, was never meant to remain confined to formal lectures or private study. It was meant to be woven into the actual structure of an ordinary day, practiced at specific, recurring moments, until Stoic principles became less like abstract ideas consulted occasionally and more like habitual, almost automatic patterns of thought, available immediately whenever a difficult moment actually arose. Consider what a single day might have looked like for a dedicated Roman Stoic student, drawing on the specific practices recommended across Seneca's letters, Epictetus's teaching, and Marcus Aurelius's own private notebook. The day, for many Stoic practitioners, began before dawn, not from mere asceticism, but from a genuine conviction that the early hours, before the demands of the day fully intruded, offered the clearest opportunity for undisturbed reflection. Marcus Aurelius, in one of the more famous passages of Meditations, addresses himself directly on this point, acknowledging his own reluctance to leave a warm bed in the cold pre-dawn hours, and reminding himself firmly of his actual purpose in rising, that he was made, as a human being, for productive activity in service of the broader community, not for lingering indefinitely in comfortable but unproductive rest. This morning period frequently included a specific practice, sometimes described in Stoic texts, a kind of mental rehearsal for the day ahead, anticipating likely difficulties, an unreasonable colleague, an unexpected delay, a frustrating piece of news, and preparing in advance the appropriate Stoic response to each, so that when these difficulties actually arrived during the day, they would not catch the practitioner entirely unprepared, forced to construct a wise response from nothing in the heat of the actual moment. This connects directly to the practice of premeditatio malorum, examined in an earlier chapter, applied here at a smaller daily scale rather than to major life hardships. Throughout the working day itself, Stoic practice emphasized what might be called continuous attention, regularly checking one's own judgments and reactions as they arose, applying the discipline of assent examined earlier, pausing at moments of frustration or temptation to examine the impression before automatically acting on it. This was not intended as a constant, exhausting state of hypervigilant self-monitoring, which the Stoics would have recognized as its own kind of imbalance, but as a habitual, increasingly effortless awareness, developed gradually through consistent practice until it required considerably less conscious effort than it demands for a beginner just starting to develop the skill. The evening held its own specific Stoic practice, perhaps the most consistently documented across multiple Stoic authors, a period of honest self-review before sleep. Seneca describes this practice in detail in his own writing, explaining that he reviewed each day methodically once his household had gone quiet, asking himself specific, pointed questions. What fault have I cured today? What weakness have I resisted? In what way am I better than I was this morning? And crucially, being honest with himself about the answers, including the answers that revealed genuine failure or lapse in judgment. This evening review deserves particular attention because it illustrates something important about how the Stoics understood moral progress generally, not as a smooth, uninterrupted improvement, but as an ongoing practice of honest accounting, in which failures were examined directly rather than denied or rationalized away, precisely because honest examination of failure was understood as the actual mechanism through which future judgment gradually improved. A person who never honestly reviews their own errors has no clear basis for correcting them, and tends, instead, to simply repeat the same patterns of poor judgment indefinitely, never quite noticing the recurring pattern clearly enough to interrupt it. Marcus Aurelius's entire notebook can, in an important sense, be understood as an extended, ongoing version of exactly this evening practice. A private, honest accounting of his own struggles, temptations, and failures, examined without excessive self-flagellation, but also without denial, and used consistently as raw material for gradual, incremental improvement rather than treated as evidence of fundamental unworthiness. This distinction matters considerably for anyone attempting to adopt a similar practice today. The goal of Stoic self-examination was never harsh self-punishment, which the Stoics would have recognized as its own kind of excess, violating the very temperance discussed in an earlier chapter. The goal was honest, constructive accounting, conducted with the same care and attention a skilled craftsman brings to examining flaws in an unfinished piece of work, not out of hostility toward the work itself, but out of genuine commitment to its eventual quality. Beyond these specific morning and evening practices, Stoic daily routine frequently included deliberate exposure to mild discomfort, cold water, simple food, plain clothing, not as permanent lifestyle requirements, but as periodic training exercises, ensuring that comfort had not become so habitual that its temporary absence would produce genuine distress. Seneca recommended this practice specifically, suggesting periods of deliberately simple living even for those, like himself, who could easily afford considerable luxury, precisely so that luxury, when present, would be genuinely appreciated rather than taken for granted, and so that its temporary absence, should circumstance ever require it, would not come as an unbearable shock to a person who had never once practiced doing without it. Taken together, these daily practices, morning preparation, continuous attention throughout the day, evening review, and periodic voluntary discomfort, formed a comprehensive structure through which Stoic philosophy moved from abstract theory into genuine, embodied habit. This structure matters enormously for understanding how the Stoics actually expected their philosophy to be practiced. Reading about Stoic principles, however carefully, was understood as merely the beginning of the actual work. The real substance of Stoic practice lived in these small, unglamorous, endlessly repeated daily disciplines. Repeated not once dramatically, but consistently, morning and evening, across an entire lifetime. The Stoics have sometimes, unfairly, been characterized as advocating a kind of emotional detachment from other people. A cool, self-sufficient distance, justified by the philosophy's emphasis on locating one's own peace of mind in factors fully within personal control. This characterization, while understandable given certain surface-level readings, badly misrepresents how the Roman Stoics actually understood human relationships, which they considered not merely acceptable but genuinely essential to a well-lived, virtuous human life. We touched on this in our examination of Stoic justice and the image of concentric circles. The Stoic conviction that human beings are fundamentally social creatures, whose flourishing is inseparably bound up with genuine engagement with family, friends, and the broader human community. Marcus Aurelius, far from advocating isolated self-sufficiency, wrote extensively about the importance of cooperation, mutual support, and genuine care for others as central expressions of what it actually means to live according to human nature, correctly understood. What the Stoics did advocate, and what likely produces the common misunderstanding, was a specific discipline applied within relationships rather than a rejection of relationships themselves. Locating one's own fundamental peace of mind in the quality of one's own conduct within a relationship, honesty, loyalty, genuine care, consistent effort, rather than in outcomes dependent on the other person's behavior, which remains, as with all external things, outside full personal control. A Stoic parent in this framework invests genuine, wholehearted love and effort into raising a child well, while recognizing that the child's eventual choices as an adult remain, ultimately, the child's own, not fully determined by even the most devoted parenting. This is not emotional distance. It is, rather, an attempt to love fully without the corrosive anxiety of believing that love alone guarantees a particular outcome the parent cannot actually control. Seneca wrote with genuine warmth about friendship specifically, considering it one of life's great goods, worthy of careful cultivation and genuine investment. He drew an important distinction, however, between what he considered true friendship, built on mutual virtue and genuine goodwill, and mere useful acquaintance, maintained only for what each party could extract from the other. True friendship, in Seneca's account, involved a kind of vulnerability the Stoics did not shy away from, sharing one's genuine thoughts and struggles honestly with a trusted friend, rather than performing an artificial, guarded self-sufficiency even in one's closest relationships. He advised choosing friends carefully, given how much influence close companions inevitably exercise over one's own character. But once a friendship was established as genuine, he encouraged full, honest engagement with it, including honest disclosure of one's own faults and struggles. There is a particularly Stoic approach to grief within relationships worth examining, since it addresses directly the objection that Stoic philosophy asks people to love less in order to suffer less. Seneca, writing consolation letters to friends grieving significant losses, never advised his correspondents to feel less deeply, or to have loved less in order to grieve less now. What he advised instead was a particular relationship to grief. Once it arrived, full acknowledgement of genuine loss, without either denial of the pain or collapse into a grief so total it prevented all continued function and engagement with life going forward. This is a considerably more nuanced position than simple emotional detachment, and it depends directly on the practice of amor fati and premeditatio malorum examined in earlier chapters. Accepting, in advance, that loss is a genuine possibility inherent in loving anyone or anything mortal, precisely so that when loss eventually arrives, as it eventually must, it arrives to a person somewhat prepared, rather than to a person shattered by an outcome they had never once allowed themselves to consider possible. Epictetus offers perhaps the most explicit statement of how Stoic philosophy actually approaches love and attachment, teaching that we should indeed love our friends and family fully and genuinely, while simultaneously reminding ourselves quietly that they are mortal, and that this mortality is not a flaw in the relationship to be denied, but simply an accurate description of the actual terms under which every human relationship exists. This teaching, examined earlier in our chapter on memento mori, applies here with particular relevance. Full, genuine engagement with the people we love, undertaken with clear-eyed awareness of impermanence rather than either denial of that impermanence or withdrawal from love, in an attempt to avoid its eventual cost. The Stoic approach to relationships, properly understood, asks for something considerably more demanding than either total emotional guardedness or unexamined, anxious attachment. Full, genuine engagement with the people in our lives, combined with a clear, honest acknowledgement of the actual terms, impermanence, uncertainty, and the ultimate autonomy of the other person's own choices, under which every relationship, without exception, actually exists. This combination of full engagement and clear-eyed acceptance is considerably harder to sustain than either extreme alone, but it offers, in the Stoic view, the only genuinely sustainable foundation for loving other people well across an entire lifetime, rather than being either destroyed by inevitable loss or preemptively withdrawn from love altogether in an unsuccessful attempt to avoid that loss's eventual cost. Success occupies a curious position in Stoic thought, neither rejected as unimportant nor elevated to the status of life's ultimate goal, but examined carefully for what it actually represents, and more importantly, for what it does not. We encountered in our chapter on virtue as the only good the Stoic classification of external achievements: wealth, career advancement, public recognition, victory in competition, as preferred indifference, genuinely worth pursuing through virtuous effort, but not themselves the true measure of a good life. This classification has direct, practical implications for how a Stoic approaches the pursuit of success specifically, implications worth examining in detail, because they address a genuine tension many ambitious people experience: how to pursue excellence and achievement wholeheartedly, without that pursuit curdling into an anxious, identity-threatening attachment to specific outcomes that ultimately lie beyond full personal control. Consider a Roman orator preparing to deliver an important speech before the Senate, one that could significantly advance his political career if received well. The discipline of action, examined in an earlier chapter, would direct him to prepare thoroughly, practice diligently, and deliver the speech with genuine skill and full effort. All of this remains squarely within his own control and deserves his complete investment. But the actual reception of the speech, whether the Senate responds favorably, whether political rivals successfully undermine its impact through their own maneuvering, whether unrelated events on that particular day happen to overshadow his address entirely, depends on factors well beyond his control, no matter how skillfully he delivers the speech itself. The Stoic approach asks this orator to invest his identity and his sense of accomplishment in the quality of his preparation and delivery, factors genuinely his own, rather than in the external reception, which remains subject to forces he cannot fully command. This is not a recipe for reduced effort or diminished ambition. If anything, it tends to produce considerably more effective performance, because attention remains fully focused on the actual controllable variables, preparation, delivery, skill, rather than being split, and often degraded by anxious preoccupation with an outcome that cannot be directly controlled through worry alone. Modern research on performance psychology offers a striking parallel here, one we touched on briefly in our chapter on the discipline of desire. Athletes and performers train to focus attention on process, specific technical execution, present moment attention to the task at hand, consistently perform better under pressure than those whose attention remains fixated on outcome, such as a final score or a judge's evaluation. The Stoic framework, developed centuries before any formal psychological research existed, anticipates this finding precisely. Full investment in the process that remains within our control produces both better performance and considerably less psychological suffering than anxious fixation on results that do not. There is a further dimension of Stoic thought relevant to success worth examining: the question of how a person should relate to success once it has actually been achieved. Seneca, writing as one of the wealthiest and most successful men in the Roman Empire, addressed this question directly and with considerable personal insight, given his own position. He warned against allowing success to become the foundation of one's identity and self-worth, precisely because anything built on external achievement remains vulnerable to the same impermanence discussed in our earlier chapter on Heraclitus's river. Fortunes shift. Political favor is withdrawn. Reputations built over decades can be damaged by a single incident or a single shift in public sentiment. A person whose entire sense of self-worth depends on maintained external success lives, in this framework, a genuinely precarious existence, however outwardly impressive their current circumstances might appear. Because that entire foundation can be shaken or removed entirely by forces beyond their control. A person whose sense of self-worth is grounded instead in their own consistent exercise of virtue, diligence, honesty, skill, genuine care for their work, and the people affected by it, retains a stable foundation regardless of whether external success happens to follow, exactly as it retains stability if external success is later lost through no fault of the person's own continued virtuous conduct. This does not mean the Stoics counseled indifference to actual achievement, or that ambition itself was somehow suspect within their framework. Marcus Aurelius pursued his imperial duties with genuine diligence and effort across 2 decades, and Seneca clearly worked hard throughout his career to achieve the considerable success he eventually attained. What Stoic philosophy asked, more precisely, was a particular relationship to that pursuit and its eventual outcome. Full, wholehearted effort toward worthy goals, combined with a fundamental sense of self-worth anchored not in whether those goals were ultimately achieved, but in the genuine quality of character brought to their pursuit, a distinction subtle in its statement, but genuinely transformative in its actual daily practice. If success required careful reframing in Stoic thought, failure required an equally careful and arguably more valuable reconsideration. The Stoics developed a relationship to failure considerably more sophisticated than either the shame-based avoidance common in much of human culture, or the dismissive indifference sometimes wrongly attributed to the philosophy. The starting point for Stoic thinking on failure returns us, once again, to the dichotomy of control and the discipline of action examined in earlier chapters. If we have genuinely done our part, prepared diligently, acted with skill and integrity, brought our full effort to a given task, and the outcome nonetheless falls short of what we hoped for due to factors beyond our control, then the Stoics would insist this does not actually constitute failure in the sense that matters most. The archer who aims skillfully but is thrown off by an unexpected gust of wind has not failed as an archer, even though the arrow missed its mark, because the aiming itself, the part genuinely his to control, was performed well. This reframing matters enormously for how we relate to setbacks, particularly setbacks in ambitious undertakings where outcomes depend on numerous factors beyond any single person's full control. A business venture that fails despite genuinely sound planning, diligent execution, and honest effort, undone by an unforeseen market shift, a competitor's unexpected advantage, or simple bad timing, represents, in the Stoic framework, something considerably closer to bad fortune than to genuine personal failure, provided the effort and judgment brought to the venture were themselves sound. This does not mean the outcome is not disappointing, or that useful lessons cannot be drawn from examining what happened. It means the person's fundamental worth and competence should not be measured primarily by an outcome that was never fully within their control to guarantee. There is, however, a genuine category of failure the Stoics did take seriously and did not attempt to minimize through this reframing. Failures of judgment, effort, or character that were, in fact, within a person's control, and that a more careful, more diligent, or more honest approach could have prevented. Here, the Stoic response was not to excuse the failure through appeal to external factors, but to examine it honestly, precisely as Seneca's evening review practice, discussed in our chapter on daily routines, was specifically designed to do. A merchant who lost money through genuine negligence, rather than through unforeseeable market conditions, would find little comfort in Stoic philosophy for avoiding honest self-examination of what he could have done differently. This distinction between failures of controllable effort and judgment, which deserve honest examination and correction, and failures of uncontrollable outcome, which deserve acceptance without excessive self-blame, represents one of the more practically useful applications of the dichotomy of control in the entire Stoic system. It offers a genuinely balanced alternative to two common, but equally unhelpful responses to setback. Excessive self-blame that treats every disappointing outcome as evidence of personal inadequacy, regardless of the actual factors involved. And excessive external blame that refuses to honestly examine genuine, correctable errors in judgment or effort. Marcus Aurelius approaches failure, in his own private notebook, with a striking absence of the harsh self-condemnation one might expect from a man holding himself to such demanding philosophical standards. He acknowledges his own repeated struggles, with impatience, with frustration at difficult colleagues, with the pull toward comfort and avoidance, not as evidence that he has somehow failed at Stoic philosophy entirely, but simply as the ongoing, expected texture of a genuine practice still very much in progress, exactly as we discussed in our chapter on wisdom and the Stoic distinction between progress and perfection. This model of failure, expected, examined honestly, used as direct material for future improvement, but never treated as evidence of fundamental unworthiness, offers a considerably healthier relationship to setback than either extreme of excessive shame or defensive denial. Consider the practical value of approaching failure this way in an ordinary modern context. A rejected job application, a failed project, a difficult conversation that did not go as hoped. The Stoic framework asks first an honest question. Was this outcome the result of genuinely poor effort or judgment on my part, correctable through future attention? Or was it substantially shaped by factors beyond my control, in which case honest acceptance rather than self-blame is the more appropriate response? This single question, applied consistently and honestly, offers a considerably more productive relationship to failure than the reflexive, undifferentiated self-criticism many people default to automatically, treating every disappointing outcome as equally damning, regardless of how much of it was genuinely within their control to prevent in the first place. Few experiences trouble the human mind quite as persistently as criticism. The sting of disapproval, the discomfort of being judged, the particular vulnerability of exposing one's work, one's character, or one's choices to the evaluation of other people. The Stoics addressed this universal difficulty with characteristic directness, offering a framework that remains genuinely useful 20 centuries later to anyone navigating public exposure, professional evaluation, or simple social disapproval. The foundational Stoic insight here returns us once again to the dichotomy of control, applied with particular clarity to the specific question of other people's judgments. Marcus Aurelius reminds himself repeatedly throughout his notebook that another person's opinion of him, however harsh, however unfair, however loudly expressed, remains, fundamentally, that other person's own judgment shaped by their own history, their own biases, their own limited and often incomplete information. It was never, in any genuine sense, within Marcus's own control, no matter how much he might have preferred it otherwise, and treating it as though it were his responsibility to manage or control, represented, in the Stoic framework, a basic category error about what actually falls within a person's own power. This does not mean the Stoics counseled complete indifference to how others perceived them, or dismissed the value of honest external feedback entirely. Epictetus, in fact, drew an important distinction worth examining carefully here, between criticism that offers genuine, useful information about a real flaw or error in one's conduct, which a wise person should welcome and use for genuine improvement, and criticism that reflects nothing more than the critic's own confusion, malice, or misunderstanding. which deserves acknowledgement without genuine emotional disturbance, precisely because it offers no actual useful information about anything the recipient can meaningfully improve. Consider the practical value of this distinction when applied to actual criticism received in daily life. A colleague's pointed feedback that a particular piece of work contains a genuine factual error deserves serious consideration and correction. This is useful information about something genuinely within the recipient's control to fix. A stranger's dismissive insult, offered with no specific substance, and driven by nothing more than the stranger's own bad mood or personal prejudice, offers considerably less useful information, and the Stoic framework would counsel examining it honestly for any genuine substance, while declining to grant it the same emotional weight as the substantive, actionable feedback from the colleague. Epictetus offers a memorable image for approaching criticism generally. Imagining oneself as an archer's target, standing still while arrows, some skillfully aimed, most poorly aimed, are shot in one's general direction. The target itself does nothing to attract or deflect these arrows. It simply stands, and the arrows land where the archer's skill and intention happen to direct them. Some arrows, representing genuinely accurate, useful criticism, land squarely and deserve serious attention. Many others, representing poorly aimed, unfair, or simply mistaken judgment, miss entirely or glance off harmlessly, revealing considerably more about the archer's own skill and intention than about any actual flaw in the target itself. There is a particular vulnerability the Stoics identified as underlying most excessive sensitivity to criticism: an unexamined desire for universal approval, a wish that everyone, without exception, would think well of us at all times. The Stoics considered this desire not merely unrealistic, but fundamentally incoherent, given how different people's values, tastes, and judgments inevitably are. A person who lives according to genuine virtue, doing what is honest and right by their own carefully considered judgment, will inevitably attract disapproval from at least some observers, precisely because virtue itself sometimes requires actions, honest but unwelcome truths, unpopular but necessary decisions, that will not please everyone. Seeking universal approval and genuinely living according to consistent virtue are, in many real situations, simply incompatible goals, and the Stoics counseled choosing virtue deliberately, accepting the resulting disapproval from some quarters as an unavoidable and ultimately acceptable cost of genuine integrity. This framework offers genuine practical relief for anyone navigating the particular modern intensity of public exposure. Social media commentary, professional reviews, public criticism of creative or professional work, circumstances the ancient Stoics could not have specifically anticipated, but whose underlying psychological dynamics they understood with remarkable precision nonetheless. The target does not chase down every arrow to examine its origin and intention. It simply notices which arrows have landed with genuine substance, worth learning from, and allows the rest to pass without granting them power over its own composure, not through forced indifference, but through a genuine, examined understanding of what other people's judgments actually are, and just as importantly, what they are not. The Roman legion achieved a level of battlefield effectiveness that allowed a relatively small, disciplined force to conquer and hold territory across 3 continents. And much of this effectiveness rested not on individual heroics, but on something considerably less glamorous: relentless, repetitive drill, practiced until complex, coordinated action became close to automatic, requiring minimal conscious deliberation even under the chaos and terror of actual combat. This military discipline offers a useful lens for understanding a Stoic principle we have touched on throughout previous chapters, but have not yet examined directly in its own right: the central role of habit in translating philosophical understanding into genuine, reliable character. The Stoics understood, with considerable psychological sophistication, that simply knowing the correct philosophical principle, understanding intellectually, for example, that another person's opinion lies outside our control, offers only limited practical protection in the actual heat of an emotionally charged moment, unless that understanding has been trained, through consistent, repeated practice, into something closer to automatic response. Consider the legionary drilling repeatedly with sword and shield, practicing the same basic movements: thrust, block, advance, retreat in formation, countless times under the relatively calm conditions of training, specifically so that these movements would remain available, reliable, and largely automatic under the vastly, more chaotic and terrifying conditions of actual battle, when there would be no time for careful, conscious deliberation about proper technique. The Stoics understood virtue in remarkably similar terms. Philosophical principles understood only intellectually, without corresponding practice, remain unreliable precisely in the moments of genuine difficulty when they are most needed. Because genuine emotional pressure tends to overwhelm careful, conscious deliberation, leaving a person to fall back on whatever response has actually been practiced into habit, rather than whatever response they merely understand intellectually to be correct. This is why Stoic teachers placed such consistent emphasis on daily practice rather than mere study. The morning preparation, continuous attention throughout the day, and evening review examined in our earlier chapter on Stoic daily routines were never intended as occasional exercises, undertaken only when convenient, but as consistent, repeated drill, comparable in function to the legionaries' repeated practice with sword and shield, gradually building genuinely reliable habits of judgment and response that would remain available even under considerable emotional pressure. Epictetus was particularly direct about this principle, warning his students explicitly against the trap of believing that philosophical understanding alone was sufficient, without the accompanying discipline of consistent practice. He compared the untrained philosophy student to an athlete who has studied wrestling technique extensively in theory, but has never actually practiced the physical movements on the training ground. Such a person, he warned, would find their theoretical knowledge of little practical use the moment they actually faced a skilled opponent in genuine competition. Because knowledge alone, without corresponding trained habit, simply does not transfer reliably into skillful action under real pressure. Modern psychology and neuroscience have since developed a considerably more detailed understanding of exactly why this Stoic emphasis on habit was so well-founded. Research on habit formation demonstrates that repeated behaviors gradually become encoded in neural pathways that operate with increasing automaticity, requiring progressively less conscious, deliberate effort with each repetition, until the behavior eventually becomes close to reflexive. Precisely the psychological mechanism the Stoics seem to have intuited through careful observation rather than formal neuroscience over 2,000 years earlier. This research also confirms something the Stoics emphasized repeatedly: that consistent, repeated practice, even in small, seemingly unremarkable daily doses, tends to produce more durable behavioral change than occasional, dramatic bursts of effort followed by long periods of inconsistency. There is a further, practically useful Stoic insight about habit worth examining: the recognition that habits, once established, require considerably less ongoing willpower to maintain than the initial effort required to establish them. A person newly attempting to practice the discipline of assent, pausing to examine impressions before reacting, will likely find this pause effortful and deliberate at first, requiring genuine conscious attention each time. With consistent practice, sustained across weeks and months, this same pause gradually becomes considerably more automatic, requiring progressively less conscious effort, until it eventually operates close to the reflexive speed of the very automatic emotional reactions it was originally designed to interrupt and examine. This offers considerable practical encouragement for anyone beginning genuine Stoic practice, who may reasonably find the philosophy's core disciplines effortful and unnatural in their initial attempts. The legionaries' disciplined battlefield competence was never achieved instantly, through understanding drill instructions intellectually alone, but through months and years of consistent, repeated practice, gradually transforming effortful, conscious technique into genuinely reliable, largely automatic skill. Stoic character, the ancient philosophers consistently taught, develops through exactly the same mechanism: not a single decisive conversion to correct philosophical belief, but sustained, consistent, daily practice, repeated with the same patient discipline a Roman legion brought to its own training ground, gradually transforming understood principle into genuinely reliable character. Among the many demands modern life places on attention, the Stoics could not have anticipated the specific texture of our particular distractions. The notifications, the endless scroll, the fragmented attention pulled simultaneously in a dozen directions. But the underlying problem they addressed, the difficulty of maintaining sustained, deliberate focus rather than being pulled reactively from one stimulus to the next, is one they understood with remarkable clarity, even without the specific modern technology to illustrate it. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself repeatedly about the danger of what he called being pulled in many directions. The tendency of the mind, left undisciplined, to scatter its attention across countless minor concerns, none of them individually significant, but whose cumulative effect was a kind of chronic mental fragmentation that prevented sustained, meaningful engagement with anything at all. He reminded himself that a person attempting too many things simultaneously accomplishes few of them well, and that the discipline of narrowing attention to what actually matters in this specific moment represented one of the more practically valuable Stoic skills available to a person overwhelmed by competing demands. This principle connects directly to a phrase Marcus returns to throughout his notebook: the idea of doing one thing at a time, as if it were the last thing you were doing in your life. This is not merely a productivity technique, though it functions well as one. It is, more fundamentally, a discipline of presence, a refusal to allow the mind to remain partially absent from the current task, distracted by anticipation of the next thing, or by lingering concern over something already past. Marcus considered this scattered, half-present attention a genuine failure of Stoic discipline, not merely an inefficiency, because it represented the mind's failure to exercise the very rational faculty the Stoics considered central to human excellence. Seneca addressed a closely related problem in his essay on the shortness of life, examining what he considered one of the primary causes of a wasted existence, not a shortage of actual time, which he argued was considerably more abundant than most people's frantic, scattered use of it suggested, but a chronic inability to focus that time deliberately on what genuinely mattered. He described people who scattered their attention across countless trivial pursuits and obligations, never fully present to any single one of them, arriving at the end of long lives having accomplished remarkably little of genuine substance, not because they lacked sufficient time, but because they had never learned to direct their attention with genuine, deliberate focus. There is a specific Stoic technique worth examining here, related directly to the dichotomy of control. The practice of deliberately narrowing attention to the present task and its immediately relevant considerations, while consciously setting aside concerns about matters genuinely outside one's current control or current responsibility. A Roman administrator managing a specific provincial dispute, according to this discipline, would focus his full attention on the facts and considerations directly relevant to that particular dispute, rather than allowing his mind to wander simultaneously toward unrelated anxieties about distant political developments in Rome that he could not, in that moment, do anything about regardless of how much mental energy he devoted to worrying about them. Modern research on attention and cognitive performance offers considerable support for this ancient intuition. Studies on multitasking consistently demonstrate that human attention does not, in fact, genuinely divide across multiple simultaneous tasks the way it often feels like it does. What actually occurs is rapid switching between tasks, a process that carries measurable cognitive costs, reducing performance on each individual task compared to sustained, undivided focus on one task at a time. Research on mind wandering similarly demonstrates a strong correlation between attention drifting away from the present task and reduced reported happiness, suggesting that the scattered, unfocused attention the Stoics identified as a genuine problem carries real costs not merely to productivity, but to subjective well-being itself. The Stoic remedy, distilled to its practical essence, involves a consistent, deliberate discipline of returning attention to the present task whenever it drifts, not through harsh self-criticism at the drift itself, which the Stoics would have recognized as counterproductive, but through the same patient, repeated redirection a person might use training any other skill. Marcus Aurelius describes this practice explicitly, reminding himself that whenever his attention scattered toward irrelevant anxieties or distractions, the appropriate response was simply to notice this drift and gently return attention to the actual task at hand, repeating this redirection as many times as necessary, without frustration at the fact that redirection was required in the first place. This discipline of focus connects directly back to the discipline of action examined in an earlier chapter. Genuine, appropriate action requires genuine, undivided attention to actually perform well, and a mind chronically scattered across multiple competing concerns cannot bring the same quality of engagement to any single task that a mind trained toward sustained, deliberate focus can offer. The narrow gate the Stoics describe is not a restriction imposed from outside, limiting what a person is permitted to care about. It is, rather, a discipline chosen deliberately, recognizing that genuine excellence in any single pursuit requires the kind of full, undivided attention that scattered, reactive engagement across countless simultaneous concerns simply cannot provide. Marcus Aurelius offers, in one of the most frequently quoted passages of his entire notebook, an image worth examining in careful detail. The observation that people seek retreats for themselves in the countryside, by the seashore, or in the mountains, and that he himself has longed for such retreats as much as anyone. But that this particular longing, he reminds himself, reflects a fundamentally mistaken understanding of where genuine peace actually resides, because it is entirely within a person's own power to retreat into themselves whenever they choose, and nowhere does a person find a more peaceful, less troubled retreat than within their own mind. This image of an inner citadel, a fortress of the mind available at any moment regardless of external circumstance, captures something central to the Stoic understanding of peace. That genuine tranquility does not depend primarily on securing peaceful external conditions, however pleasant such conditions might be when available, but on the internal discipline of judgment and attention we have examined throughout the preceding chapters. A person who has genuinely mastered the dichotomy of control, the discipline of assent, and the broader Stoic framework carries this inner peace with them regardless of whether their external circumstances happen to be calm or chaotic, comfortable or difficult. This does not mean the Stoics considered pleasant external circumstances irrelevant or undesirable. We have already examined, in our chapter on virtue as the only good, how the Stoics classified comfortable circumstances as genuinely preferred, worth pursuing through reasonable, virtuous effort. What the Stoics insisted upon, more precisely, was that genuine peace of mind should not depend entirely on securing these external conditions, precisely because external conditions remain, by their very nature, subject to forces beyond full personal control. A peace that exists only when circumstances happen to cooperate is not, in the Stoic understanding, genuine peace at all, but merely a fortunate, temporary absence of disturbance, vulnerable to collapse the moment circumstances inevitably shift. Consider the practical difference this distinction makes for someone navigating an unavoidably difficult period of life. Illness, professional upheaval, family conflict, circumstances that cannot be immediately resolved or escaped through relocation to some more peaceful external situation. A person whose peace depends entirely on external circumstances has, in such moments, no genuine recourse available, since the difficult circumstances themselves cannot simply be willed away. A person who has cultivated the inner citadel Marcus describes retains access to genuine tranquility even in the midst of ongoing external difficulty, not because the difficulty itself has been resolved, but because their peace was never actually dependent on its resolution in the first place. This inner citadel is built, according to the framework we have examined across the preceding chapters, from the specific disciplines the Stoics practiced consistently. The dichotomy of control, distinguishing clearly between what genuinely lies within our power and what does not. The discipline of assent, examining impressions carefully before granting them the power to disturb us. And the broader recognition that our peace of mind depends on the quality of our own judgment far more than on the specific external circumstances that judgment happens to be applied to. None of this construction happens instantly or effortlessly. We examined, in our chapter on habit, how genuine Stoic discipline develops gradually through consistent, repeated practice, comparable to the legionaries' extended training, rather than through a single moment of philosophical insight alone. There is a particular passage in Marcus Aurelius's notebook worth examining directly here, in which he describes retreating into this inner citadel, specifically by reminding himself of certain foundational principles. That events themselves cannot disturb the mind without the mind's own consent. That his fundamental worth as a person does not depend on circumstances beyond his control, and that whatever difficulty he currently faces will, like all things, eventually pass, exactly as we discussed in our earlier chapter on impermanence. This retreat, he emphasizes, requires only a few moments and no particular external conditions whatsoever, available to him in the middle of a military campaign, exactly as readily as it would be available in the quiet comfort of a private study, precisely because its actual location was never external in the first place. The citadel image also carries an important implication about resilience under pressure that deserves explicit attention. A fortress, by its very design, exists specifically to withstand attack, not merely to occupy peaceful, undisturbed terrain. Marcus was not describing a retreat available only in calm circumstances, easily maintained when nothing particularly difficult was occurring. He was describing a fortress specifically constructed to remain standing precisely when external circumstances turned genuinely difficult, during plague, during war, during the daily frustrations and betrayals an emperor inevitably encountered. This is what distinguishes the Stoic conception of inner peace from a merely fortunate absence of disturbance. It is designed, from its foundation, to hold under exactly the pressure that would collapse a peace dependent entirely on favorable external conditions. Before Zeno ever founded his school beneath the painted porch, an earlier philosopher had already demonstrated, through his own eccentric, uncompromising life, an extreme version of a principle the Stoics would later adopt in more moderate form. Diogenes of Sinope, founder of the Cynic school, who reportedly lived in a large ceramic jar in the Athenian marketplace, owned almost nothing beyond a simple cloak and a wooden bowl, and famously discarded even the bowl upon observing a child drinking water from cupped hands, concluding that even this minimal possession had been unnecessary all along. The Stoics did not adopt Diogenes's extreme asceticism wholesale. We have already examined, in our chapter on virtue as the only good, how the Roman Stoics in particular were generally comfortable with the possession and enjoyment of material comfort, provided it was held with appropriate lightness rather than treated as the actual foundation of a good life. But Diogenes's radical example, and the broader Cynic tradition from which early Stoicism directly emerged, left a permanent influence on Stoic thinking about possessions, one worth examining in its own right, separate from the broader discussion of wealth and desire in earlier chapters. The core insight Diogenes demonstrated, through the sheer extremity of his own chosen poverty, was that human beings generally possess and desire considerably more than genuine necessity requires, and that much of what we accumulate functions not as genuine benefit, but as a kind of psychological burden. Additional things to maintain, protect, worry about losing, and manage, each one adding some small measure of complexity and vulnerability to a life that could, in principle, function considerably more simply. Diogenes took this observation to its most extreme possible conclusion, but the underlying principle, considerably moderated, found its way into more measured Stoic practice as well. Seneca, despite his own considerable wealth, wrote extensively about the value of periodically testing this principle directly, through the deliberate simplicity practice discussed in our chapter on daily routines, spending periods of time living with minimal food, plain clothing, and simple accommodations, not as a permanent lifestyle requirement, but as a recurring exercise, revealing directly, through actual lived experience rather than mere theoretical reflection, just how little genuine hardship such simplicity actually produces once its initial unfamiliarity has passed. He observed that people who have never tested this directly tend to significantly overestimate how much genuine suffering reduced material comfort would actually cause them, precisely because untested fear of deprivation tends to loom considerably larger in imagination than the actual, tested experience of deprivation typically proves to be. This connects to a broader Stoic principle about the relationship between possessions and freedom, one Diogenes himself articulated with characteristic directness, that every possession accumulated represents, in some sense, an additional point of vulnerability, an additional thing that can be lost, damaged, or used as leverage against its owner by anyone wishing to exert control over them. A person with minimal possessions and minimal attachment to material comfort is, in an important sense, considerably harder to threaten or manipulate than a person whose sense of security depends heavily on maintaining an elaborate, carefully accumulated collection of external goods. This is not merely an abstract philosophical point. It carried genuine practical weight in the volatile political environment of the ancient world, where sudden confiscation, exile, or political reversal could strip a person of accumulated wealth with little warning, exactly as occurred to Seneca himself during his exile, discussed in an earlier chapter. There is a modern application of this Stoic Cynic principle worth considering directly, relevant to a culture often organized substantially around the acquisition and display of material possessions as markers of status and success. The Stoic Cynic insight suggests that at least some portion of the anxiety and dissatisfaction associated with modern consumer culture may stem not from insufficient possessions, but from an unexamined assumption that additional acquisition will produce genuine satisfaction. An assumption the hedonic adaptation research discussed in our earlier chapter on desire suggests is frequently mistaken, since satisfaction tends to reset toward baseline regardless of how much additional accumulation occurs. Marcus Aurelius, despite commanding the resources of an entire empire, wrote to himself with evident appreciation for simplicity, reminding himself repeatedly of the relatively modest requirements actually needed for a genuinely good life: reasoned judgment, virtuous conduct, and engaged participation in the human community, none of which required the vast material apparatus that surrounded him in his imperial role. This is not a claim that material comfort is inherently harmful, a position the Roman Stoics generally rejected as excessive. It is, rather, a considerably more measured claim, one that Diogenes demonstrated in its most extreme form and the Roman Stoics adopted in more moderate practice. That genuine flourishing requires considerably less material accumulation than most people, left unexamined, tend to assume, and that periodically testing this directly through deliberate simplicity tends to reveal a freedom and lightness that chronic, unexamined acquisition rarely provides. We encountered Epictetus's remarkable biography earlier, a man born into literal slavery who became one of history's most influential teachers of freedom. It is worth returning now to examine his understanding of freedom directly, because it represents one of Stoic philosophy's most genuinely radical claims, one that redefines the very concept in a manner still relevant to anyone navigating circumstances that limit their conventional, external freedom in some significant way. Conventional understanding treats freedom primarily as an external condition, the absence of legal constraint, political oppression, or physical confinement. Epictetus, drawing directly on his own experience of literal enslavement, argued for a considerably different, more internal understanding. That genuine freedom consists not in the absence of external constraint, which lies substantially outside any individual's full control, but in the sovereignty of one's own judgment, will, and character, which remains available regardless of external circumstance, even under conditions of literal physical bondage. This is not, it should be said clearly, a claim that external freedom does not matter, or that political oppression and physical enslavement are somehow morally acceptable because internal freedom remains theoretically available to those who suffer them. Epictetus was not offering a justification for slavery, or suggesting that the pursuit of external freedom was unimportant. He was, rather, addressing a different and genuinely valuable question, given that external circumstances of oppression and constraint have, throughout most of human history, been tragically common, and given that individuals subjected to such circumstances often cannot immediately alter them through their own effort alone, what genuine resource remains available to them in the meantime? His answer, developed from his own direct experience, was that the capacity for internal freedom, the sovereignty of one's own judgment and character, remains genuinely available even under the most severe external constraint, and that this internal freedom, while it does not replace or excuse the injustice of external oppression, offers something genuinely valuable nonetheless: the capacity to maintain one's own integrity, dignity, and clear judgment even while external circumstances remain, for the moment, beyond one's power to change. Consider the historical example we touched on briefly in our earlier chapter on Epictetus. American prisoners of war held in Vietnam, including Admiral James Stockdale, who later credited Epictetus's teaching directly with helping him and fellow prisoners endure years of captivity and torture, with their dignity and psychological integrity substantially intact. These men possessed no meaningful external freedom whatsoever during their captivity. Their bodies, their daily schedules, their physical circumstances were entirely under the control of their captors. What Stockdale reported retaining, through deliberate application of Epictetus's teaching on the dichotomy of control, was something his captors could not actually reach: his own judgment about what his captivity meant, his own capacity to maintain internal composure and integrity regardless of external treatment, and his own ongoing sense of purpose and identity, none of which his captors, despite considerable effort, ever fully succeeded in dismantling. This principle extends, in more moderate form, to circumstances considerably less severe than literal imprisonment, but that nonetheless involved genuine external constraint beyond a person's immediate control. a demanding job that cannot easily be left, a difficult family circumstance that cannot be simply escaped, chronic illness that limits physical capability in ways no amount of effort can immediately reverse. In each of these circumstances, Epictetus's framework suggests, genuine freedom remains available in the specific, internal domain of judgment and character, even while external freedom remains genuinely, and sometimes painfully, limited. Marcus Aurelius, writing as literal ruler of the known world, offers an interesting counterpoint worth considering alongside Epictetus's teaching from the opposite end of the social hierarchy. Despite commanding more external power and freedom than almost any human being in history, Marcus wrote extensively about a different kind of constraint he experienced acutely, the demanding, inescapable obligations of his imperial role, which limited his own freedom to pursue the quieter philosophical life he might otherwise have preferred, exactly as thoroughly, in their own way, as Epictetus's chains once limited his physical movement. Both men, from radically different positions in the Roman social order, arrived at essentially the same conclusion. That genuine freedom, the kind that actually determines whether a life is lived well, resides primarily in the internal domain of judgment and character, a domain neither imperial power nor imperial obligation could fully reach, exactly as neither slavery nor its eventual end could fully reach or determine Epictetus's own internal sovereignty. The inner fortress of freedom the Stoics describe is not, ultimately, a substitute for pursuing genuine external freedom, where such pursuit remains possible and worthwhile. The Stoics were not advocating passive acceptance of remediable injustice. It is rather a genuine resource available specifically in circumstances where external freedom remains, for the present moment, beyond immediate reach, offering not a complete solution to external constraint, but something considerably more than nothing, the preserved capacity for dignity, clear judgment, and continued integrity of character, regardless of how thoroughly external circumstance happens, for now, to constrain everything else. Marcus Aurelius never intended his private notebook to become his legacy. He wrote it, as we have established across several earlier chapters, for an audience of exactly one, himself, working through his own struggles in the exhausted hours between the genuine demands of ruling an empire. It is worth pausing in this chapter to consider the peculiar irony of how this most private of documents became, over the following centuries, one of history's most widely read and influential works of philosophy, and what this irony itself might teach us about the nature of genuine legacy. Marcus's actual imperial legacy, measured by the conventional standards of Roman political history, is genuinely mixed. His military campaigns along the Danube frontier, while ultimately successful in containing the immediate Germanic threat, did not resolve the underlying pressures that would continue to strain Rome's northern borders for centuries afterward. His decision to name his own son, Commodus, as successor, breaking with the pattern of adoptive succession that had produced a remarkable string of capable emperors before him, including Marcus himself, is generally regarded by historians as one of the more consequential misjudgments of his reign. Given that Commodus's subsequent rule is remembered by ancient historians as erratic, self-indulgent, and considerably distant from the disciplined character Marcus himself had spent a lifetime cultivating, and had presumably hoped, without full success, to instill in his own son. This is worth sitting with directly, because it illustrates something genuinely important about the limits of even the most sincere Stoic effort. Marcus Aurelius, by every available account a man of exceptional discipline and genuine virtue, was nonetheless unable to fully determine the character of his own son, exactly as the dichotomy of control examined throughout this audiobook would predict. The effort a parent brings to raising a child remains within that parent's control, but the child's own eventual choices, character, and conduct as an adult remain, ultimately, the child's own, regardless of how much genuine effort and virtue the parent brought to the task. And yet Marcus's actual, enduring legacy turned out to have remarkably little to do with either his military campaigns or his choice of successor. It rests almost entirely on a private notebook that very nearly did not survive at all, preserved through what appears to have been a combination of chance and the diligence of scribes across the following centuries who recognized its value, even though its author had never sought recognition for it. Had this notebook been lost, as so much other ancient writing was lost to fire, flood, and simple neglect, Marcus Aurelius would likely be remembered today primarily as one competent emperor among many in a long, largely forgotten imperial succession. His specific military campaigns and administrative decisions of interest mainly to specialist historians, rather than to the millions of ordinary readers who continue to find genuine, practical guidance in his private reflections nearly 2,000 years later. There is a genuine lesson embedded in this historical irony, one worth drawing out explicitly. Marcus pursued his private philosophical practice not for the sake of legacy, recognition, or lasting influence. He had, by any reasonable measure, already achieved more worldly power and lasting historical significance than nearly any other route could have offered him, simply by virtue of his imperial position. He practiced Stoic philosophy and wrote in his private notebook, for the sake of becoming a genuinely better person, meeting his actual daily obligations with genuine virtue, regardless of whether anyone beyond himself would ever know or appreciate the effort. And it was precisely this private, unglamorous, undertaken for its own sake practice that ultimately produced his most lasting and most genuinely valuable contribution to human history, considerably more valuable, by most measures, than the specific political and military achievements he might have more consciously pursued as his intended legacy. This connects directly to a broader Stoic principle about legacy worth examining explicitly here, one distinct from the specific historical case of Marcus Aurelius. The Stoics generally counseled against making legacy itself, the specific hope of being remembered favorably by future generations, a primary organizing goal of a well-lived life, for reasons that should by now be familiar from our earlier chapters. Legacy, like reputation generally, depends substantially on factors beyond a person's own control, including the judgments of people who have not yet been born, and whose values and circumstances cannot be fully anticipated. Marcus himself wrote to himself, at several points in his notebook, about the ultimate insignificance of posthumous fame, reminding himself that even the most celebrated historical figures are eventually forgotten as the centuries accumulate, and that organizing one's present conduct around securing a particular kind of remembrance represents, in the Stoic framework, another instance of misplaced attachment to something genuinely outside one's control. The considerable irony, of course, is that Marcus's own notebook, written with this explicit conviction about legacy's ultimate unimportance, became precisely the kind of enduring legacy he had specifically counseled himself against pursuing, not because he pursued it deliberately, but because he pursued, instead, the genuine, private cultivation of virtue for its own sake. And this pursuit, undertaken without any thought toward how it might eventually be remembered, produced a legacy considerably more durable and more genuinely valuable than any deliberate pursuit of remembrance likely could have achieved on its own. Every life, however ordinary, requires a continuous stream of decisions, some trivial, some genuinely consequential, many falling somewhere in the considerable space between. The Stoics developed a systematic approach to decision-making, drawing together several of the principles examined throughout the preceding chapters into a coherent, practical method, available for navigating this constant stream of choices with greater clarity and considerably less anxious deliberation. The starting point for Stoic decision-making returns, inevitably, to the dichotomy of control examined in our earlier chapter. The first question a Stoic practitioner learns to ask, when facing any significant decision, is which aspects of the situation actually lie within their own power to influence, and which lie beyond it. This initial sorting alone eliminates a considerable amount of the anxious deliberation that often accompanies difficult decisions, since much of that anxiety typically involves worrying about factors that, upon honest examination, were never actually subject to the decision-maker's control in the first place. Consider a Roman merchant deciding whether to undertake a particular trading voyage. Factors within his control include the quality of his ship's preparation, the competence of the crew he selects, the care with which he plans his route, and the honesty of his dealings with trading partners along the way. Factors outside his control include weather conditions during the voyage, fluctuations in market prices at his destination, and the actions of pirates or rival traders he might encounter. A Stoic approach to this decision would direct his full deliberative attention toward the controllable factors. Has he prepared his ship adequately? Has he selected a competent crew? Has he planned a sensible route? While deliberately declining to invest excessive anxious energy calculating or worrying about the uncontrollable factors, beyond reasonable, proportionate consideration of the genuine risks involved. The second element of Stoic decision-making draws on the virtue framework examined across several earlier chapters, evaluating potential courses of action not primarily by their likely external outcomes, which remain substantially uncertain and beyond full control, but by their alignment with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, a decision that requires compromising honesty for likely financial advantage, evaluated through this framework, would be judged unfavorably regardless of its probable profitability, because it fails the more fundamental test of virtuous action, which the Stoics considered the actual foundation of a good life, considerably more important than any specific external outcome the decision might produce. This connects to a specific technique several Stoic authors recommended for genuinely difficult decisions, sometimes called the view from above, a practice of mentally stepping back from the immediate, often emotionally charged details of a particular decision, and considering it instead from a broader, more distant perspective, as though observing the situation from a considerable height, seeing it as merely one small event within the much larger scope of a human life, a human community, and the broader cosmos discussed in our earlier chapter on Stoic physics. Marcus Aurelius employed this technique explicitly throughout his notebook, imagining his own immediate concerns from the perspective of the vast scale of time and space, a perspective that frequently revealed decisions that had felt overwhelming in their immediate context to be considerably smaller and more manageable than they had initially appeared. There is a further Stoic principle relevant to decision-making worth examining directly: the recognition that most decisions, even genuinely significant ones, do not require achieving perfect, complete certainty before acting, a standard that the Stoics recognized as frequently unattainable, and if insisted upon, capable of producing paralysis rather than genuine wisdom. Seneca observed that a person waiting for absolute certainty before acting on any significant decision would likely wait indefinitely, since genuine certainty about future, uncontrollable outcomes is rarely, if ever, fully available. The Stoic alternative involved gathering reasonable, available information, applying sound judgment to that information, and then acting with appropriate confidence, while maintaining the reserve clause discussed in our earlier chapter on desire, a clear internal acknowledgement that the final outcome remains subject to factors beyond full control, even after the most careful, reasoned decision has been made. Finally, the Stoic approach to decision-making incorporates directly the discipline of assent examined in our earlier chapter, a deliberate pause between the initial impulse toward a particular decision and the actual commitment to act on it, allowing genuine reasoned examination rather than immediate, unexamined reaction to whatever option happens to feel most appealing or most urgent in the initial moment of consideration. This pause need not be lengthy for most ordinary decisions, but the habit of pausing at all, even briefly, before committing to significant choices, represents a considerable improvement over the more common pattern of reactive decision-making driven primarily by immediate emotional impulse, rather than careful, deliberate reasoning. Taken together, these elements, sorting controllable from uncontrollable factors, evaluating options against genuine virtue rather than merely probable outcome, stepping back for broader perspective when a decision feels overwhelming, accepting reasonable rather than absolute certainty as sufficient grounds for action, and pausing briefly before committing, form a coherent, practical method for navigating the constant stream of decisions that make up an ordinary human life, considerably more systematic and considerably less prone to either anxious paralysis or reactive impulsiveness than the largely unexamined decision-making most people default to without ever having considered an alternative approach. Seneca opens his essay on the shortness of life with an observation calculated to unsettle any reader inclined toward complacency, that the great majority of people complain with genuine conviction about the brevity of human existence, and yet, examined honestly, spend the actual duration of that existence as though it were inexhaustibly abundant, squandering enormous portions of it on trivial distractions, unexamined habits, and activities that contribute nothing whatsoever to a life of genuine substance. The core of Seneca's argument, considerably more radical than a simple reminder to make the most of your time, is that life is not, in fact, inherently short, as popular complaint consistently assumes. Rather, he argues, we make it short through the manner in which we spend it, through years lost to activities that produce no genuine value, relationships maintained out of obligation rather than genuine connection, and habitual busyness that creates the appearance of productive engagement while actually accomplishing very little that would matter to a person on their genuine deathbed, looking back honestly at how their finite time was actually spent. This distinction matters considerably for how we understand the entire question of time management, a subject modern culture treats extensively, but often, in Seneca's framework, somewhat superficially, focused primarily on efficiency and productivity techniques, without addressing the more fundamental question of whether the activities being made more efficient actually deserve the finite time being allocated to them in the first place. Seneca would likely observe that considerable modern effort goes toward optimizing how quickly and efficiently we complete tasks that, examined honestly, may not have deserved our attention at all. He identifies several specific patterns of time-wasting worth examining directly, because they remain, remarkably, just as relevant to modern life as they evidently were to first-century Rome. He criticizes those who spend enormous energy managing and worrying about their material possessions, effectively becoming servants to the very wealth that was supposed to serve them. He criticizes those who spend their time pursuing the approval and company of powerful people, hoping for advancement or advantage, effectively surrendering control over their own schedule and attention to the whims of others in exchange for uncertain future benefit. And he criticizes, with particular sharpness, those who postpone genuine, meaningful living indefinitely, always planning to begin some future project of genuine substance once current obligations are finally cleared. A future moment that, for many people, Seneca observes, never actually arrives, because new obligations continuously arise to replace the old ones, and the intended meaningful life remains permanently, indefinitely deferred. This last pattern deserves particular attention because it connects directly to the memento mori practice examined in our earlier chapter on death. Seneca argues that the person who postpones genuine engagement with life until some imagined future point of greater leisure or security is making a wager on an amount of remaining time that is never actually guaranteed, treating the future as though it were a certainty, rather than the genuine uncertainty it actually is. He recommends, instead, treating each day as though it might, in fact, be among one's last, not out of morbid anxiety, but as a practical corrective against this pattern of indefinite postponement, ensuring that genuine engagement with what actually matters is not perpetually deferred to a future that may never fully materialize as imagined. Seneca also offers a particularly striking observation about the relationship between time and other resources worth examining directly. He points out that people guard their material possessions, money, property, with considerable care, resisting attempts by others to take these things without proper compensation. And yet these same people frequently permit others to consume their time freely, almost without noticing the loss, as though time were the one resource too abundant to require careful protection. This is, in Seneca's analysis, precisely backward, since time, unlike money, cannot be recovered once spent, borrowed back, or replenished through additional effort. A person can always, in principle, earn more money, but no effort whatsoever can restore even a single day of time that has already elapsed. There is a specific practical technique Seneca recommends for developing genuine appreciation of time's actual scarcity, periodically calculating, honestly, how much of one's finite life has likely already elapsed, given reasonable expectations about total lifespan, and how much genuinely remains. This exercise, uncomfortable as it may initially feel, tends to produce a considerably sharper sense of time's genuine value than the vague, abstract awareness that life is short, which most people carry without ever translating into concrete, specific calculation. Confronting the actual, approximate number of years, months, or days likely remaining tends to focus attention considerably more effectively than the general, unexamined sentiment alone. Ultimately, Seneca's essay offers not merely a complaint about how time is commonly wasted, but a genuinely practical framework for reclaiming it, examining current activities and commitments honestly, identifying which genuinely serve a life of substance, and which merely create the appearance of productive engagement while actually accomplishing little of lasting value, and redirecting finite time deliberately toward the former, precisely the activities that align with the virtue, wisdom, and genuine human flourishing examined throughout this audiobook, rather than the countless minor distractions and unexamined obligations that, left unexamined, silently consume the greater portion of most ordinary human lives. We have referenced, at various points throughout the preceding chapters, striking parallels between specific Stoic teachings and conclusions later reached by modern psychological research, developed through entirely independent methods, often many centuries after the relevant Stoic principle had already been articulated. It is worth pausing now to examine this broader pattern of convergence directly, because it offers genuine reassurance that Stoic philosophy, however ancient its origins, is not merely an interesting historical curiosity, but a body of practical psychological insight that continues to hold up remarkably well under modern empirical scrutiny. Consider first the Stoic theory of impressions and judgment, examined in our earlier chapters on the discipline of assent and on Chrysippus's foundational logical work. The core Stoic claim that emotional disturbance results not directly from events themselves, but from the judgments and interpretations we layer on top of those events, anticipates, with remarkable precision, one of the foundational principles of modern cognitive psychology, that emotional and behavioral responses are mediated substantially by cognitive appraisal, the interpretive process through which raw sensory information is processed and given meaning before it produces a corresponding emotional reaction. This principle underlies much of contemporary clinical psychology's understanding of anxiety, depression, and anger, treating maladaptive interpretive patterns, rather than external circumstances themselves, as a primary target for therapeutic intervention. Consider next the Stoic dichotomy of control, examined extensively in our earlier chapter. Modern research on what psychologists term locus of control, the degree to which individuals believe outcomes in their lives are determined by their own actions versus external forces beyond their influence, consistently associates an internal locus of control, focused on genuinely controllable factors, with lower rates of anxiety and depression, greater resilience under stress, and generally more effective coping with adversity, compared to an external locus of control that attributes outcomes primarily to forces the individual cannot influence. This substantial body of empirical research offers considerable independent support for a distinction the Stoics articulated through careful philosophical reasoning roughly 2,000 years earlier, without any corresponding capacity for controlled experimental verification. Consider the Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, examined in an earlier chapter, deliberately imagining potential future hardships in order to prepare psychologically for their possible occurrence. Modern research on what psychologists call defensive pessimism and related mental contrasting techniques finds that deliberately, constructively considering potential obstacles and setbacks in advance, while simultaneously developing specific plans for addressing them, tends to improve actual performance and reduce anxiety compared to either purely optimistic thinking that ignores potential difficulty entirely, or anxious rumination that considers difficulty without any corresponding constructive planning. Consider the Stoic emphasis on virtue and character as the primary foundation of a well-lived life, rather than external achievement or pleasure, examined across several earlier chapters. Modern research on well-being has developed an important distinction between what researchers call hedonic well-being, happiness understood primarily as pleasant feeling, and the absence of unpleasant feeling, and eudaimonic well-being, a term borrowed directly from ancient Greek philosophy, referring to flourishing achieved through meaningful engagement, personal growth, and activity aligned with one's genuine values. Considerable research suggests that eudaimonic well-being, considerably closer to the Stoic conception of virtue-based flourishing than to simple hedonic pleasure, tends to produce more durable, stable life satisfaction than the pursuit of pleasant feeling alone, which, as we discussed in our earlier chapter on the trap of more, tends to reset quickly through hedonic adaptation regardless of how successfully it is pursued. Consider, finally, the broader Stoic emphasis on consistent, repeated practice as the mechanism through which philosophical understanding becomes genuine, reliable character, examined in our chapter on habit and the Roman soldier's discipline. This principle finds substantial support in modern neuroscience research on neuroplasticity, the brain's demonstrated capacity to physically reorganize its own neural connections in response to repeated experience and deliberate practice, gradually making previously effortful patterns of thought and behavior increasingly automatic and increasingly resistant to reversal. Precisely the mechanism the Stoics seem to have intuited through careful, patient self-observation centuries before any formal neuroscience existed to confirm or explain it. This pattern of convergence should not, on reflection, be entirely surprising. The Stoics were not merely constructing abstract philosophical systems disconnected from genuine observation of human psychology. They were, in an important sense, careful empirical observers themselves, developing their principles through sustained, honest attention to how human beings actually think, feel, and behave under various circumstances. Attention considerably less systematic and controlled than modern experimental psychology, but genuinely rooted in careful observation nonetheless. The convergence between ancient Stoic insight and modern psychological research suggests something worth taking seriously, that certain fundamental patterns in human psychology are sufficiently stable across cultures and centuries that careful, honest observation, whether conducted by ancient philosophers or modern researchers, tends to arrive at broadly similar conclusions about what genuinely supports human flourishing and what tends, instead, to undermine it. Among the many modern applications of ancient Stoic thought, none is more direct, more explicitly acknowledged, or more thoroughly documented than the relationship between Stoicism and cognitive behavioral therapy, one of the most extensively researched and widely practiced forms of modern psychotherapy, used to treat conditions ranging from depression and anxiety disorders to anger management and post-traumatic stress. Aaron Beck, the American psychiatrist generally credited as a primary founder of cognitive therapy in the 1960s, explicitly and repeatedly acknowledged Stoic philosophy, and Epictetus in particular, as a direct intellectual influence on his clinical approach. Beck had grown dissatisfied with the psychoanalytic tradition in which he had originally trained, finding it insufficiently effective for many patients and insufficiently grounded in what could be directly observed and tested. In developing an alternative approach, Beck arrived at a foundational premise that mirrors, with striking precision, the Stoic theory of impressions examined throughout this audiobook. That psychological distress results not directly from external events themselves, but from the specific, often distorted interpretations and beliefs a person holds about those events, and that identifying and revising these distorted interpretations offers a genuinely effective pathway toward reduced psychological suffering. Albert Ellis, working independently but around the same period, developed a closely related approach he called rational emotive behavior therapy, and was, if anything, even more explicit than Beck about his direct debt to Stoic philosophy. Ellis frequently quoted Epictetus directly in his writing and in his clinical training materials, citing the specific formulation that people are disturbed not by things themselves, but by their views of those things as essentially the founding premise of his entire therapeutic approach. He considered this ancient Stoic insight so foundational to his clinical work that he treated it almost as a direct citation, rather than a mere historical inspiration loosely connected to his own independently developed ideas. Consider the specific clinical technique both Beck and Ellis developed, sometimes called cognitive restructuring, and its close parallel to the Stoic discipline of assent examined in an earlier chapter. A patient experiencing significant anxiety about an upcoming social event might hold, upon careful examination, an unexamined belief that any social awkwardness during the event would constitute a genuine catastrophe, revealing some fundamental inadequacy in their character. Cognitive therapy trains the patient to identify this specific belief, examine it explicitly for genuine accuracy and proportionality, and consider alternative, more balanced interpretations. Precisely the process Epictetus described nearly 2,000 years earlier, pausing to examine an impression before granting it the power to determine one's emotional response and subsequent behavior. There is a specific therapeutic technique worth examining in particular detail, because its Stoic ancestry is especially direct. The practice, common in cognitive behavioral therapy, of identifying and challenging what clinicians call cognitive distortions, specific, recurring patterns of flawed reasoning that tend to produce excessive psychological distress, including catastrophizing. The tendency to assume the worst possible outcome is also the most likely outcome, and overgeneralization, the tendency to draw sweeping negative conclusions about oneself or the world from limited, specific evidence. Both of these documented cognitive distortions map closely onto errors the Stoics identified and addressed through their own framework. particularly through the discipline of assent, which trains practitioners to examine impressions carefully rather than accepting exaggerated or overgeneralized interpretations automatically as accurate. It is worth noting an important distinction between ancient Stoicism and modern cognitive behavioral therapy, one that prevents the relationship between them from being oversimplified into simple identity. Cognitive behavioral therapy, as a modern clinical discipline, has been developed and refined through decades of controlled, empirical research, including randomized clinical trials measuring specific therapeutic outcomes across large patient populations. A level of systematic empirical verification the ancient Stoics, working without modern research methodology, simply did not have available to them. Modern CBT also addresses, with considerable clinical sophistication, specific diagnosable conditions and their particular symptom patterns, developing targeted interventions the ancient Stoics, who were developing a broader philosophical framework for living rather than a targeted clinical treatment, did not specifically anticipate in this precise clinical form. Nonetheless, the underlying conceptual foundation shared between ancient Stoicism and modern cognitive behavioral therapy remains genuinely substantial, and the explicit acknowledgement by CBT's own founders of their direct Stoic inheritance offers a particularly striking confirmation of Stoic philosophy's continued practical relevance. A philosophy developed initially to help a Roman emperor manage the burdens of imperial rule, and a former slave endure and transcend the circumstances of his enslavement, has found its way, through this direct lineage, into one of the most extensively validated and widely practiced forms of modern psychotherapy, offering, for anyone drawn to Stoic philosophy but seeking additional confidence in its practical value, a genuinely compelling form of modern empirical vindication for principles first articulated in the ancient world. The modern business world, for all its apparent distance from ancient Rome, presents challenges strikingly similar in their underlying psychological structure to those faced by Roman generals, magistrates, and administrators, high-stakes decisions made under genuine uncertainty, the management of people with competing interests and imperfect information, and the persistent, unavoidable gap between careful effort and guaranteed outcome that we examined throughout our earlier chapters on the discipline of action and the archer's aim. Consider first how directly the dichotomy of control applies to business decision-making. A business leader can control the quality of their strategic analysis, the diligence of their planning, the fairness and clarity of their communication with employees and stakeholders, and the integrity of their conduct throughout a given initiative. What they cannot fully control includes broader market conditions, the actions of competitors, unforeseen economic shifts, and the countless external variables that inevitably influence whether any particular business decision ultimately succeeds or fails, despite genuinely sound underlying strategy. Leaders who have internalized this Stoic distinction tend to evaluate their own decisions and the decisions of those they lead by the quality of the underlying process and judgment, rather than exclusively by outcomes that were never fully within anyone's control to guarantee. A framework that tends to produce more honest organizational learning than a culture that judges every decision purely by its results, since purely outcome-based evaluation frequently rewards lucky recklessness and punishes unlucky diligence in roughly equal, unhelpful measure. Consider next how the Stoic approach to criticism, examined in our earlier chapter on the archer's target, applies to the specific pressures of modern professional life, which often involves navigating extensive feedback, evaluation, and at times, harsh public criticism through channels the ancient Stoics could not have specifically anticipated, but whose underlying psychological dynamics remain remarkably similar. A business leader who has internalized the Stoic distinction between substantive, useful feedback, deserving genuine attention, and unfair, unsubstantiated criticism, deserving considerably less emotional weight, tends to navigate professional criticism with greater equanimity and considerably better judgment, about which feedback genuinely warrants adjustment to their approach. The Stoic conception of leadership examined in our earlier dedicated chapter applies with particular relevance to modern organizational contexts. Marcus Aurelius's model of authority as fundamentally a responsibility to be discharged in service of those governed, rather than a privilege to be enjoyed primarily for the leader's own benefit, offers a genuinely useful corrective to leadership models organized primarily around personal advancement, status, or the accumulation of organizational power for its own sake. Modern research on organizational leadership has increasingly emphasized related concepts: servant leadership, psychological safety, and leader integrity that align closely with the Stoic model of authority Marcus Aurelius, articulated nearly 2,000 years earlier, suggesting that this ancient understanding of leadership's proper foundation has held up considerably well under more recent organizational research. There is a particular application of Stoic thought to the specific challenge of managing organizational failure and setback worth examining directly, given how frequently business contexts involve genuine, sometimes costly failure alongside success. The Stoic framework for evaluating failure, examined in our earlier chapter, distinguishes between failures resulting from genuinely poor judgment or insufficient effort, which deserve honest examination and correction, and failures resulting substantially from factors beyond reasonable anticipation or control, which deserve acceptance and forward-looking adjustment rather than excessive self-blame or organizational punishment. Organizations that apply this distinction consistently tend to develop what researchers now call a genuine learning culture, one capable of extracting honest lessons from failure without either excessive blame that discourages honest reporting of mistakes or excessive leniency that fails to address genuinely correctable errors in judgment. The Stoic discipline of temperance, examined in an earlier chapter, offers particular relevance to the specific pressures of ambitious professional environments, where the pursuit of advancement, recognition, and competitive advantage can, without deliberate calibration, expand well beyond appropriate proportion, crowding out other genuinely important dimensions of a well-lived life, including relationships, health, and personal integrity. The Stoic framework does not counsel abandoning professional ambition, which the Roman Stoics generally considered a legitimate and worthy pursuit when properly calibrated, but it does counsel the same deliberate moderation examined in our earlier chapter: professional ambition held in appropriate proportion to other genuine values, rather than allowed to expand, unchecked, into the singular organizing principle of an entire life. Finally, the Stoic emphasis on virtue as the true foundation of a good life, considerably more important than external success or failure, offers a particular kind of psychological stability valuable to anyone navigating the genuine uncertainty and periodic setback inherent in ambitious professional pursuit. A business leader whose fundamental sense of self-worth depends entirely on continued professional success occupies, as we examined in our chapter on success without attachment, a genuinely precarious psychological position, vulnerable to the inevitable setbacks and reversals that mark even the most successful careers. A leader whose sense of self-worth is grounded instead in the consistent exercise of integrity, diligence, and fair dealing, retains a stable foundation regardless of the market's inevitable, uncontrollable fluctuations. Precisely the stability the Stoics, from Marcus Aurelius managing an empire to Seneca managing considerable personal wealth, spent their lives attempting to cultivate. The particular pressures faced by entrepreneurs: genuine, substantial uncertainty about outcomes, direct personal exposure to the consequences of failure, and the sustained psychological demands of building something new without guaranteed external validation along the way, align with unusual precision to several specific Stoic principles worth examining in dedicated detail. Beyond the broader business applications discussed in the preceding chapter, consider first the particular relevance of the discipline of desire, examined in an earlier chapter, to the specific psychological challenge of entrepreneurship. An entrepreneur launching a new venture faces genuine uncertainty about whether that venture will ultimately succeed, an uncertainty that cannot be fully resolved through any amount of careful planning or diligent effort, since market response, competitive dynamics, and countless other variables remain substantially beyond any individual founder's control. The Stoic discipline of directing desire toward controllable factors, the quality of the product or service being developed, the diligence of the planning and execution, the integrity of dealings with customers, employees, and partners while maintaining the reserve clause regarding ultimate outcome, offers a genuinely useful psychological framework for sustaining effort and motivation across the extended, uncertain timeline that most genuine entrepreneurial ventures actually require. This matters particularly because of a specific psychological risk entrepreneurship carries with unusual intensity: the tendency documented extensively in research on founder psychology, for entrepreneurs to closely identify their own personal worth with the success or failure of their venture, given how much personal investment, both financial and psychological, a new venture typically requires. This identification, while understandable given the genuine personal stakes involved, creates exactly the kind of precarious foundation examined in our earlier chapter on success without attachment. A foundation for self-worth entirely dependent on an outcome substantially beyond the founder's full control, vulnerable to considerable psychological damage should the venture ultimately fail despite genuinely diligent, virtuous effort. The Stoic alternative, considerably more sustainable across the genuine uncertainty entrepreneurship involves, locates the entrepreneur's fundamental sense of worth in the quality of their effort, judgment, and character throughout the venture, rather than in its ultimate market outcome. This does not diminish the entrepreneur's genuine investment in pursuing success through every legitimate means available. The discipline of action, examined in an earlier chapter, still calls for full, skillful, wholehearted effort toward the venture's success. It simply prevents that pursuit from becoming so thoroughly identified with personal worth that failure, should it occur despite genuinely sound effort, produces psychological damage disproportionate to what the actual situation, a venture that did not succeed, for reasons substantially beyond the founder's full control, genuinely warrants. Consider next the particular relevance of premeditatio malorum, examined in our earlier dedicated chapter, to entrepreneurial planning specifically. Entrepreneurs who deliberately, calmly consider realistic worst-case scenarios in advance. Venture failure, significant financial loss. The need to seek alternative employment should the venture not succeed, tend, according to both Stoic theory and the modern research on defensive pessimism discussed in an earlier chapter, to navigate the genuine uncertainty of entrepreneurship with greater psychological stability than those who avoid such consideration entirely. Hoping success alone will render such contingency planning unnecessary. This premeditation, properly practiced as brief, deliberate, and constructive rather than anxious and open-ended, tends to reveal that even a genuinely difficult worst-case outcome remains survivable, and that the entrepreneur's own character and capability, unlike the specific venture itself, will remain intact regardless of that particular venture's ultimate fate. The Stoic discipline of fortitude, examined in our earlier chapter on sustained hardship, applies with particular relevance to the extended, often difficult timeline many genuine entrepreneurial ventures actually require before achieving, if they achieve it at all, sustainable success. Popular narratives of entrepreneurship often compress this timeline into a dramatic, relatively brief story of struggle followed by triumph. But the genuine lived experience frequently involves years of sustained uncertainty, requiring exactly the kind of steady, day-by-day endurance examined in our earlier chapter, rather than a single dramatic act of courage, sustained only briefly before clear resolution arrives. Finally, the Stoic emphasis on justice and genuine concern for others, examined in our earlier chapter, offers a particular corrective relevant to entrepreneurial contexts, where competitive pressure and the drive toward growth can, without deliberate attention, tempt founders toward treating employees, customers, or partners primarily as instruments toward the venture's success, rather than as fellow human beings deserving genuine fair treatment in their own right. The Stoic cosmopolitan framework, examined in our earlier chapter on justice, would direct an entrepreneur toward building a venture that succeeds, to whatever extent it ultimately does succeed, through genuinely fair, honest treatment of everyone involved in it. A standard the Stoics would insist remains available and appropriate regardless of the competitive pressures any particular market happens to present, precisely because virtue, in the Stoic framework, remains the true measure of a well-conducted venture, regardless of that venture's ultimate market outcome. The particular pressures faced by students, ongoing evaluation, genuine uncertainty about future outcomes dependent substantially on factors beyond immediate control, and the specific challenge of sustained effort toward goals that may not resolve favorably for months or years, align closely with several Stoic principles worth examining specifically in this educational context. Consider first how directly the dichotomy of control applies to the specific experience of academic evaluation. A student preparing for a significant examination can control the quality and consistency of their study, the specific techniques they use to prepare, and the effort they bring to understanding the material genuinely rather than merely memorizing it superficially. What a student cannot fully control includes the specific content and difficulty of questions that happen to appear on a given examination, the particular grading tendencies of a specific instructor, and countless other variables that inevitably introduce some degree of uncertainty into any evaluation process, however carefully the student has prepared. A student who has genuinely internalized this Stoic distinction tends to approach examination preparation with considerably more sustained, focused effort, precisely because that effort is understood as the actual, controllable object of the student's attention, while experiencing considerably less anxious, unproductive worry about specific outcomes that remain, to some degree, beyond full control regardless of preparation quality. This connects directly to the research on process-focused versus outcome-focused goal setting, examined in our earlier chapter on the discipline of desire. Students trained to focus primarily on process goals, consistent daily study habits, genuine engagement with difficult material, active rather than passive review techniques, tend to perform better and report lower anxiety than students whose attention remains fixated primarily on outcome goals, such as achieving a specific grade or score, precisely because process goals remain fully within the student's own control, regardless of how any particular examination happens to unfold. Consider next the relevance of the Stoic approach to criticism and evaluation, examined in our earlier chapter on the archer's target, to the specific experience of receiving academic feedback, which can range from genuinely useful, substantive guidance to feedback that reflects more about an evaluator's particular preferences or limitations than about the actual quality of a student's genuine understanding or effort. A student who has internalized the Stoic distinction between substantive feedback deserving genuine attention and less useful, poorly calibrated criticism deserving considerably less emotional weight tends to extract genuine learning value from academic evaluation while avoiding the excessive, sometimes disproportionate distress that harsh or unfair criticism can otherwise produce. Particularly during the genuinely vulnerable developmental period many students are navigating. The Stoic framework for understanding failure, examined in our earlier dedicated chapter, offers particular relevance to students navigating the inevitable setbacks that occur across any extended educational path. A disappointing grade despite genuine effort, rejection from a desired program or opportunity, the experience of finding a particular subject or skill considerably more difficult to master than anticipated, the Stoic distinction between failures resulting from genuinely insufficient effort or flawed approach, which deserve honest examination and correction, and failures resulting substantially from factors beyond reasonable control, an unusually difficult examination, a competitive selection process involving far more qualified candidates than available positions, offers students a genuinely useful framework for extracting honest, constructive lessons from setback without either excessive self-blame that undermines continued motivation or excessive external blame that prevents honest examination of genuinely correctable weaknesses. There is a particular application of Stoic temperance, examined in our earlier chapter, worth highlighting specifically for students navigating the competing demands of academic work, social relationships, extracurricular pursuits, and personal well-being, all requiring some allocation of genuinely finite time and attention. The Stoic principle of calibrated moderation, avoiding both the excess of allowing academic pressure to consume every other dimension of a well-lived life, and the opposite excess of insufficient discipline that fails to meet genuine academic responsibility, offers a useful framework for the ongoing, situation-specific judgment students must exercise in balancing these genuinely competing, legitimate demands. Finally, the broader Stoic framework examined throughout this audiobook, locating genuine self-worth in the consistent exercise of virtue, diligence, and honest effort, rather than in external outcomes substantially beyond full personal control, offers students a particularly valuable psychological foundation during a developmental period often characterized by intense, sometimes disproportionate anxiety about academic performance and its perceived implications for future success. A student who has genuinely internalized this Stoic framework can pursue academic excellence with full, genuine effort, precisely because that effort remains entirely within their own control and deserves their complete investment. while maintaining a stable sense of their own fundamental worth that does not depend entirely on any single examination, any single grade, or any single evaluator's particular judgment. A framework considerably more psychologically sustainable across the genuine uncertainty and inevitable setbacks that mark any extended educational journey. Having spent considerable time now exploring Stoic philosophy in genuine depth, it is worth pausing to address directly several persistent misunderstandings that surround this philosophy in popular culture. Misunderstandings that, left uncorrected, can significantly distort how the ideas we have examined are actually understood and applied. The first and most common misconception involves the popular, everyday usage of the word Stoic itself, which has come to suggest something close to complete emotional suppression. A person who displays no feeling whatsoever, regardless of circumstance, maintaining a kind of grim, unfeeling composure through even the most difficult events. We addressed this directly in our earlier chapter on temperance, but it deserves restating clearly here. The actual ancient Stoics did not advocate the elimination of emotion, which they recognized, correctly, as neither achievable nor genuinely desirable for a fully functioning human being. Seneca wrote openly of his own grief. Marcus Aurelius acknowledged his own frustrations and struggles throughout his private notebook. And Epictetus never claimed that his students should feel nothing at all in response to genuine hardship. What the Stoics actually advocated was the examination and appropriate calibration of emotional response, distinguishing between emotion arising from accurate, examined judgment and emotion arising from unexamined, often distorted interpretation, a considerably more sophisticated position than simple suppression, and one that modern psychology, as we examined in our chapters on cognitive behavioral therapy, has largely vindicated as psychologically sound. The second common misconception involves the assumption that Stoicism counsels passivity or fatalistic resignation. That accepting what lies outside our control implies abandoning effort toward improving our circumstances or the world around us. We address this directly in our chapter on the discipline of action, but it bears repeating clearly. The Stoics were, almost without exception, active participants in public life, not passive observers withdrawn from engagement with the world. Marcus Aurelius spent nearly 2 decades actively governing an empire and commanding military campaigns. Seneca served actively in Roman politics and administration. The Stoic dichotomy of control was never intended to discourage vigorous effort toward good outcomes. It was intended to redirect the location of a person's peace of mind away from outcomes that remain genuinely uncertain, toward the effort and judgment that remain genuinely within a person's own power to determine. A subtle but crucial distinction easily lost in casual, imprecise summary. The third common misconception treats Stoicism as fundamentally opposed to wealth, comfort, and material success, an ascetic philosophy demanding poverty and self-denial as prerequisites for genuine virtue. We address this directly in our chapters on virtue as the only good and on minimalism, but the correction bears repeating. The Roman Stoics generally classified wealth and comfort as preferred indifference, genuinely worth pursuing through virtuous means, while insisting only that these things not become the actual foundation of a person's sense of worth or well-being, given their fundamental vulnerability to forces beyond full personal control. Seneca himself, one of the wealthiest men in the Roman Empire, remained a committed Stoic throughout his life, a fact that would be difficult to reconcile with a genuinely anti-wealth reading of the philosophy. The fourth misconception treats Stoicism as a purely individual, self-focused philosophy, primarily concerned with personal inner peace and psychological resilience, with little regard for genuine social concern or ethical obligation toward others. We addressed this directly in our chapter on justice and the concentric circles of moral concern, but it deserves emphasis. The Stoics considered human beings fundamentally social creatures, and their conception of virtue included justice, genuine fairness, and concern for the broader human community. As one of the 4 cardinal virtues, equally essential alongside wisdom, courage, and temperance. A person pursuing Stoic philosophy purely for personal psychological benefit, with no corresponding concern for genuine ethical conduct toward others, has, by the Stoics' own standards, fundamentally misunderstood what the philosophy actually requires. The fifth misconception, somewhat more subtle than the preceding 4, treats Stoicism as offering a kind of guaranteed formula for eliminating all suffering entirely. as though sufficiently rigorous philosophical practice could render a person genuinely immune to pain, loss, or difficulty. This misreading sets an unrealistic standard that even the most celebrated Stoic figures never claim to fully achieve. Marcus Aurelius's own notebook reveals a man in ongoing struggle, not a person who had achieved permanent, effortless tranquility. The Stoics themselves distinguished consistently, as we examined in our chapter on wisdom, between the theoretical ideal of the perfect sage and the ongoing, imperfect practice of genuine philosophical progress. A distinction that matters considerably for setting realistic expectations about what sustained Stoic practice can actually offer. Not the elimination of genuine difficulty, but a considerably improved capacity to meet that difficulty with dignity, clarity, and continued function. Correcting these misconceptions matters, because an inaccurate understanding of Stoicism risks producing either a shallow, incomplete version of the philosophy, emotional suppression mistaken for genuine equanimity, passive resignation mistaken for genuine acceptance, or an unfair dismissal of a considerably more sophisticated and genuinely useful body of thought than these popular caricatures suggest. The Stoicism actually developed by Zeno, refined by Chrysippus, and practiced by Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offers something considerably more nuanced, more psychologically sound, and more practically valuable than either its harshest critics or its more superficial popular enthusiasts sometimes suggest. Having examined Stoic philosophy across the considerable range of topics covered throughout this audiobook, it is worth closing with something genuinely practical. Concrete guidance for anyone drawn to begin their own Stoic practice, translating the ideas we have explored from interesting historical and philosophical content into an actual live discipline. The first and most foundational starting point involves the dichotomy of control, examined extensively in our earlier chapter, because nearly every other Stoic practice builds directly upon this initial distinction. A useful beginning exercise involves simply pausing at moments of genuine stress or difficulty throughout an ordinary day to ask a specific question: which aspects of this situation actually lie within my control and which do not? This single habit, practiced consistently even in small, ordinary moments, a delayed commute, a frustrating interaction, an uncertain outcome awaiting resolution, begins building exactly the kind of automatic, habitual discernment examined in our chapter on the Roman soldier's discipline, gradually making this distinction considerably more accessible when genuinely significant difficulty eventually arrives. The second practical starting point involves adopting some version of the evening review practice examined in our chapter on daily routines, following Seneca's example directly. This need not be an elaborate or lengthy exercise. Even a few minutes before sleep, honestly reviewing the day's conduct, asking what went well, what could have been handled with greater wisdom or virtue, and what specific adjustment might improve tomorrow's conduct, begins building the habit of honest self-examination that the Stoics considered essential to genuine moral progress. The key, as emphasized in our earlier chapter, is honesty conducted without excessive harshness, genuine, constructive accounting, rather than punishing self-criticism. The third practical starting point involves the discipline of assent, examined in our earlier chapter, developing the habit of pausing, even briefly, between an initial impression or reaction and any resulting action or emotional response. A useful technique for beginners involves simply noticing, in the moment, when a strong emotional reaction arises, and asking directly, what specific judgment am I making about this situation, and is that judgment actually accurate, or might there be another reasonable interpretation available? This pause need not be lengthy to be genuinely useful. Even a few seconds of genuine reflection, consistently practiced, begins interrupting the automatic, unexamined reaction patterns that so often produce unnecessary distress. The fourth practical starting point involves beginning direct engagement with primary Stoic texts themselves, rather than relying exclusively on secondary summaries or discussions like this one. Marcus Aurelius's Meditations offers a particularly accessible entry point, given its format as short, digestible personal reflections rather than a systematic treatise requiring extensive background knowledge. Epictetus's Enchiridion offers a similarly accessible, concise summary of core practical teaching. Seneca's letters to Lucilius offer a considerably longer but consistently engaging exploration of Stoic principles applied to specific, concrete situations. Written in an unusually warm, personal style, that many readers find more immediately relatable than more abstract philosophical writing. The fifth practical starting point involves periodic application of premeditatio malorum, examined in our earlier chapter, setting aside brief, deliberate time to consider potential future difficulties calmly and constructively, considering how one might respond to each with continued dignity and function, should it actually occur. This practice, properly calibrated as brief and constructive rather than anxious and open-ended, tends to build genuine psychological resilience over time, precisely as the modern research on defensive pessimism, examined in our earlier chapter, would predict. It is worth emphasizing, in offering this practical guidance, a point made repeatedly throughout this audiobook. Genuine Stoic practice develops gradually, through consistent, patient repetition, rather than through a single decisive commitment or a brief period of intensive study. The legionary's battlefield competence, examined in our chapter on habit, developed through months and years of repeated training, not through understanding drill instructions intellectually on a single occasion. Stoic character develops through precisely the same mechanism: consistent, patient, daily practice, gradually transforming understood principle into genuinely reliable habit, with genuine setbacks and imperfect practice expected along the way, exactly as Marcus Aurelius's own notebook reveals across its extended, ongoing record of continued struggle and continued effort. Beginning this practice does not require dramatic life change, withdrawal from ordinary responsibilities, or adoption of an unusual, conspicuously austere lifestyle. It requires, more simply, a willingness to pause periodically throughout an ordinary day, examine one's own judgments honestly, and gradually, patiently, redirect attention toward what genuinely lies within one's own power. Precisely the practice Zeno began, quite by accident, on the day his ship sank and his fortune disappeared into the Mediterranean, and precisely the practice that, in one form or another, sustained a former slave, a wealthy statesman, and a Roman emperor alike through circumstances as different as any three human lives could possibly be. We began this journey in the cold hour before dawn, beside a lamp burning in a military tent above the Danube, watching an emperor write to himself in the quiet space between the day's exhausting demands. It seems fitting to return to that image now, in these final moments, because it captures something essential about everything we have explored across the considerable distance we have traveled together. Marcus Aurelius was not writing for us. He could not have imagined the audience his private reflections would eventually reach, spanning continents and centuries he never lived to see. Read now by people navigating circumstances, digital distraction, modern anxiety, the specific pressures of contemporary work and relationships, entirely outside anything the ancient world could have anticipated. And yet here we are, still finding in his honest, unglamorous private struggle something genuinely useful for our own. This continuity is worth sitting with, because it points towards something the Stoics themselves would recognize immediately, that beneath the considerable surface differences separating a Roman emperor from a modern reader, something remains remarkably constant across the centuries. We still struggle with fear we cannot always name clearly. We still confuse what lies within our power with what does not, investing our peace of mind in outcomes we cannot fully command. We still allow unexamined judgments to produce disproportionate anger, disproportionate anxiety, disproportionate grief. And we still, when we manage to pause and examine these patterns honestly, find genuine relief available in exactly the disciplines Zeno began developing beneath a painted porch in Athens, 23 centuries ago, following a shipwreck that took everything he owned except, as it turned out, the one thing that actually mattered. We have walked together through the origins of this philosophy, Zeno's ruined fortune transformed into philosophical inquiry, Clean's exhausted devotion, Chrysippus's rigorous defense of ideas that might otherwise have been lost to history's countless competing schools of thought. We have crossed the sea with the philosophy into Rome, watched it adapt from abstract theory into practical, applicable ethics, suited to statesmen and soldiers rather than merely academic debate. We have sat with Seneca in exile, walked beside Epictetus despite his damaged leg, and returned again and again to Marcus Aurelius, writing honestly to himself in the space between empire's genuine demands. We have examined the specific disciplines this philosophy offers: desire properly directed, action appropriately performed, judgment carefully examined before being granted the power to disturb us. We have considered courage that does not deny fear, but refuses to be ruled by it. Anger recognized as a kind of temporary madness deserving careful examination rather than immediate expression. And death considered honestly enough that life itself becomes considerably more vivid and considerably less taken for granted in death's clear-eyed presence. We have found, perhaps most reassuringly, that this ancient philosophy has not merely survived the passage of 23 centuries through simple historical inertia, but has been actively, repeatedly vindicated by modern research entirely independent of its ancient origins. Cognitive behavioral therapy, tracing its foundational premise directly to Epictetus. Research on locus of control, confirming the practical wisdom of the dichotomy, examined so extensively throughout our journey together. Neuroscience confirming the mechanism through which patient, repeated practice gradually transforms understood principle into genuinely reliable character. None of this suggests that Stoic philosophy offers some final, complete solution to the genuine difficulty of being human, immune to further refinement or honest critique. The Stoics themselves, as we examined in our chapter on common misconceptions, never claimed to have eliminated struggle entirely, only to have developed genuinely useful tools for meeting that struggle with somewhat greater clarity, somewhat greater dignity, and somewhat more reliable equanimity than we might otherwise bring to it, left entirely to our own unexamined, untrained reactions. What this philosophy offers in the end is considerably more modest than a complete solution, and considerably more valuable precisely because of that modesty. A clear, honest accounting of what actually lies within our power and what does not. A disciplined practice for examining our own judgments before granting them the power to disturb our peace, and a consistent reminder, returned to across every chapter we have explored together, that the specific external circumstances of a life, wealth or poverty, freedom or constraint, health or illness, praise or criticism, matter considerably less to the question of whether that life has been genuinely well lived than the quality of character brought to meeting whatever circumstances actually arrive. The lamp above the Danube has long since gone dark. The empire Marcus Aurelius governed has crumbled into ruin and scattered across museums and history books. The painted porch where Zeno first taught has worn away entirely beneath 23 centuries of Athenian weather. And yet the discipline these figures developed, tested, and passed forward through shipwreck and exile, through slavery and imperial power, through plague and grief and the ordinary daily friction of simply being human, remains available to us now, in this exact moment, requiring nothing more than the same willingness Zeno once found on an Athenian dock, to examine what has actually happened, to accept what cannot be changed, and to direct our full attention and effort toward the one thing that has always, in every circumstance, across every century, remained genuinely ours to determine. May you carry forward from everything we have explored together, not merely an interesting collection of historical ideas, but a genuine, practiced discipline, patient, honest, and renewed each morning, exactly as Marcus renewed his own resolve before facing each difficult day above that quiet, ancient river.